read, whether or not you just want to give this to the jury, you want me to read it to them, how would you prefer?
My understanding, Your Honor, is that based upon the stipulation just as to authenticity and not admissibility,
Okay.
it essentially relieves certain objections that may be raised during the course of the evidence, but doesn't need to be read or instructed to the jury.
Okay. Defense agrees?
Agrees.
All right. Now, I'm assuming you wanted this entered, but not as an exhibit number, correct?
Correct, Your Honor, just in the court's record.
All right, so it looks like there's a certificate of service on page 5. Would one of you want to sign that, and then I'll just write entered on it? Is that how you want to do it?
We can do that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure whose certificate. It's probably ours. I'm happy to sign.
Thank you. All right, no other matters need to be taken up?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the courtroom, if you are a member of the media and were permitted a recording or cell phone in, please make sure that is on silent during the course of any time that court is in session. I will address the jurors just real briefly about the media presence in courtroom. I didn't do that yesterday to the entire group, but I will do that to the group who is sitting today. And then we will allow them notepads after their opening statement. All right? Very well. Bring in the jury.
Your Honor, just administratively, once the jury is seated, I intended to go ahead and pivot that television
Okay.
for their view.
All right, just don't hit my locker.
We already spoke about that.
I guess if he doesn't do it.
Please rise for the jury. Nine jurors in the box, Judge.
All right, thank you. Do you request a poll, Mr. Benazian?
I do not, Judge.
Yeah. Do you request a poll, Ms. Douglas? All right.
You may be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we are going to proceed with opening statements this morning. There were two things I did want to advise you of. Obviously, we have a media presence here today and in the courtroom. There are cameras in the courtroom, but I want you to know that under state law, the media is prohibited from covering the jury or any jurors at any stage of these proceedings, including the jury selection process. I have been in touch with the individuals who are here doing that, and they have promised me that you will not at any time be on any video or mentioned at any time. All right, the second thing is, I know I promised you notepads. However, we will have those available for you after opening statements when we begin evidence. All right, having no other motions to make, you may proceed with your opening statement.
And may it please the court, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Good morning, members of the jury. In every school, there are spoken and unspoken promises that teachers trust administrators to keep. One of those promises is that when teachers sound an alarm that something is wrong, administrators will answer. In this case, on January 6, 2023, those promises were broken. And those promises were not broken by chance or confusion, but through a series of deliberate decisions that were made inside Richneck Elementary School, a school right down the street from us, 15 miles, in our own community. And you're going to hear about the defendant, Dr. Ebony Parker. She was the assistant principal on January 6, 2023, at Richneck Elementary School. Now, members of a jury, an assistant principal is the second in command. She's a frontline administrator. And as a frontline administrator, the assistant principal directly interfaces with the teachers every day. Those teachers go to her for support. They go to her when there's problems in the classroom. And those teachers go to her when there are safety concerns. And you don't have to trust me on that. You're going to see during this trial copies of the school handbook, the crisis management plan, which governs these responsibilities. And it also governs the relationship between administrators and teachers. As an assistant principal, you have the authority to search a student, to remove a student from the classroom, to notify the principal, to contact law enforcement. One of the main issues of a frontline administrator is safety. We've all heard safety first. Members of the jury, this is the job of an assistant principal, the job that Dr. Parker accepted with those spoken and unspoken promises, with that authority that she undertook as the assistant principal. Now let's talk about January 6, 2023. The first week back to school after the holiday. Kids are excited, there's excitement in the air. It's a Friday. There's about 100 kids that are filing in to Richneck Elementary School at about 9 o'clock that morning. 20 of whom are headed down to room 11. Room 11 is the classroom that Ms. Zwerner was the first grade teacher of. Now it's January, it's cold out. These kids have on hoodies, jackets, and backpacks. And in those backpacks are things that you would expect to find. Books, pencils, calculators. About an hour and a half later, at 10:30 a.m., another student, a 6-year-old, who we're going to refer to as JT, comes to school. His mom drops him off. You may be wondering why JT got to school at 10:30 that day. You'll probably hear that he was on a modified schedule because JT had some behavior problems. He was also coming back to school that day from a suspension where 2 days prior, JT had a violent episode where he took Miss Zwerner's phone and slammed it, cracking the screen protector. So this is his first day back from the suspension as well. JT too has on his backpack. He checks into the office. In JT's backpack are the usual things: books, a calculator, pencils, but you're going to hear that JT also had a loaded gun. So JT goes down to room 11, which is right down the hall from the main office, where the assistant principal's office is, where Dr. Parker spent the majority of her day sitting at her desk. You're also going to hear that it was makeup testing day. Opposing counsel may say that's an important day in the life of an administrator. And it is. They're doing makeup testing. It's about 30 students that day from grades 3 through 5 who are making up the testing. It's a very small percent. Now it's about 11:30, 11:40, about an hour has gone by. Ms. Zwerner goes into Dr. Parker's office. She's sitting at her desk. And Ms. Zwerner says to Dr. Parker, JT seems off today and in a violent mood. He just threatened to beat up a kindergartner in the cafeteria. Does Dr. Parker get up from her desk and go down and check on JT? No. Does Dr. Parker look up and address Ms. Zwerner and her concerns? No. Dr. Parker does not even look up. So now, some more time's gone by. It's a little after 12. You're going to hear that another teacher comes into Dr. Parker's office, Amy Kovac. Ms. Kovac comes into the office with an alarming report and says, after she's been in JT's class, spoken to some of the students in JT's class, Ms. Kovac thinks that JT may have a gun in his backpack. So, does Dr. Parker remove the child from the class? No. Does she notify the next in the chain of command, the principal? No. Does she contact law enforcement? No. Does she search the backpack herself? No. So Ms. Kovac says she's going to go search the backpack when they go to recess. Now about maybe 20 more minutes or so go by. Ms. Kovac comes back to Dr. Parker's office, where Dr. Parker is still sitting at her desk. And now Ms. Kovac says to Dr. Parker, I checked the backpack. There was no gun. Right? However, in her next breath, Ms. Kovac says, Ms. Zwerner thinks that the child, JT, took something out of his backpack, the gun, and put it in his pocket. Does Dr. Parker then decide to remove the child from recess while he's out there with all the other students? No. Does Dr. Parker search the child? No. She doesn't notify the principal. Instead, Dr. Parker downplays the report. And she says to Ms. Kovac, he has little pockets. So Ms. Kovac leaves. Well, Ms. Kovac's one of the proctors that day for the makeup testing. So she goes out to recess and comes back to see Dr. Parker one more time. This is Ms. Kovac's third time in the office. It says, I wanted to let you know he has on a jacket, and I'm going for the testing because it starts at 1, and she'll be back for the testing. Now some more time goes by. It's about 1:40. 2 additional staff members go to Dr. Parker. One goes into Dr. Parker's office and says, he just got off the phone with another first grade teacher. He wants to know, did you search JT? Dr. Parker says, yes, the backpack's been searched. He walks out. Shortly behind him comes in the guidance counselor. And he says to Dr. Parker, after speaking to others and being concerned that a student actually saw bullets or a gun in JT's pocket, says, can I search JT? So not only does Dr. Parker not leave her office and go down the hallway and take JT out of that classroom, not only does she not search him, she doesn't call the police, but she makes the decision to say to the guidance counselor, no, you cannot search the boy. She says, just wait. His mother will be here soon. Let her know. The mother gets there about 2:30. This is about 1:40 p.m. We've had a day now of warnings. 4 warnings. So now the time is 1:58. Bang! Everybody nearby hears the sound of a gunshot. JT has now taken that firearm, pointed it at Abby, and pulled the trigger. You're going to hear that that bullet went into her hand, her left hand, through her hand, into the side of her left chest, where it still lies today, because it's too dangerous to remove. You're going to hear how January 6, 2023 changed Abby's life forever. She has undergone 6 surgeries and still has one coming up to remove a plate out of her hand. And you'll be able to see her hands, the difference. She still does not have full range of motion in her left hand. And you're going to hear from those doctors, and they're going to tell you about that impact from that gunshot that day. You're going to hear from her sister Hannah and her mother Julie, and how they had to give Abby around-the-clock care for months. Hannah quit her job. Hannah moved in with Abby so she could take care of her around the clock. Because jurors, Abby could not open food containers to feed herself. She couldn't open bottles. She wasn't able to shower. She couldn't hold a brush for her hair or wash her hair. She wasn't able to pull her pants up. She wasn't able to button her clothes. She wasn't able to drive. Abby was 25 years old on January 6th, 2023. She had just started her career as a teacher. She was pouring into her students. She was excited about what the future held. In your 20s, usually some of the best times of your life, Abby's going to tell you how they've been the darkest times of her life. How the pain and trauma do not easily fade, and what she's been dealing with. And members of the jury, you're going to hear from an expert who's going to tell you that administrators are trained how to deal with the report of a gun in school, and how ignoring multiple credible reports of a firearm not only violates protocol, but it puts all lives in danger that were in that school. You'll hear from all the teachers that went to Dr. Parker on that day, the 4 different staff members and teachers, with their concerns that JT has a gun. And you're going to hear from the defense that you should excuse Dr. Parker's conduct on that day. You're going to hear Dr. Parker was part of a team of teachers prior to January 6th that were working with JT to try to help correct some of those classroom behavior problems he had. And that's true. You're going to hear that it was a 6-year-old child. Who would think a 6-year-old is going to bring a gun to school and shoot their teacher? Members of the jury, it's Dr. Parker's job to believe that that is possible. It's her job to investigate it and to get to the very bottom of it. And to hope that that's not possible. But her job is to address it. You're going to hear, Abby could have done more. But when you hear those arguments, I ask you to ask yourself, why did 4 different people go to Dr. Parker that day with this concern? 4 different staff, 4 different teachers total went to Dr. Parker. Because Dr. Parker was the assistant principal. Dr. Parker was in the chain of command. Dr. Parker had the authority to search a student. She had the authority to remove a student from the classroom. She had the authority to call the law enforcement. 4 opportunities to take decisive action and do that. So jurors, why are you here today? You're here because we're asking you to enforce a promise that Dr. Parker broke, and a life has been shattered because of it. Only you have the power to decide how to make up that promise, and only you have that power to decide what are those harms and losses that Abby has suffered. And it's important, jurors, that you don't have to find that Dr. Parker is not a good person. We're not even suggesting that. We're asking you to look at the decisions and choices that Dr. Parker made that day, because she made bad decisions and choices that day. But you can find that Dr. Parker is a good person, but you can also find that Dr. Parker breached her duty of care to the plaintiff on January 6th 2023. And I ask that you please listen carefully to each witness that you're going to hear from over the next 2 weeks. You're going to get to watch and hear testimony about what happened in that school on January 6th. You're going to see documents of handbooks, of protocol. You're going to hear from doctors. You're going to hear from experts. So please pay close attention to all of that. And also notice each time Dr. Parker had a decision to make, what that decision was that Dr. Parker made. How many opportunities Dr. Parker had to prevent what happened on January 6th. And I'm confident at the end of this, you'll have a clear picture of what happened and how that tragedy on January 6th happened. Minute by minute, decision by decision. And I'm going to ask at the end of this trial, we're asking that you come back with a verdict for our client, Abby. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs.
You
Bennett.
want to make it a privilege?
Sure. Do you want this on the record?
I think so, just,
Okay.
it's okay, it's a quick.
All right, before the defense proceeds with their opening statement, if there are any subpoenaed witnesses in the courtroom, I would ask at this time that you step out of the courtroom and into the waiting room, and counsel will be with you after the statement. And for the record, I understand there's a joint motion to exclude witnesses. Is that correct, Mr. Bin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
Yes, Your
Honor.
Honor ruled on that yesterday.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, are you prepared with your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, may it please the court,
You may.
may I have permission to move about the well, please?
You may.
No one can see this coming. No one can see this coming. No one could predict what happened. Hindsight is 20/20. These are not my words. In the course of this trial, the evidence will show that these are the words of the staff and teachers who will hear from in this case. These are the people who were present and were affected by the shooting that occurred, the tragic shooting that occurred at Richneck Elementary School in January of 2023. These are the words of Dr. Ebony Parker's accusers. Their accusers. These are the people who were her coworkers. They were her colleagues. They were people that relied on each other to make decisions. They were people who understood that a public school setting is a community and decision-making is cooperative. Although there is hierarchy, decision-making is collaborative. Those at the top, the so-called administration, depend on reliable subordinates, but they are equals. They are equals in the sense that everyone must exercise independent judgment and discretion. They need to use their minds. The world is a complicated place. There are no easy solutions. There are no simple stories. The law recognizes this. The law recognizes that there is such a thing as hindsight bias. Fine. Hindsight. Everyone's heard the phrase, hindsight is 20/20. You've heard different variations of this. There's Monday morning quarterbacking. This is something that is embedded in the fabric of our life. It is common sense. It is also something that is a bedrock of our system of justice. The law knows that it is unfair. It is fundamentally unfair to judge another person's decisions based on stuff that came up after the fact. We all know this. We don't need a law textbook to tell us this. We know it in here, we know it in here. And guess what? That is Virginia law as well. The law requires you to examine people's decisions at the time that they make them, in light of the information that they had. Why would the law do that? Because that's how people make decisions. None of us, no one sitting here, not me, not anyone in this courtroom, makes a decision with the benefit of hindsight. And that's a hard thing to get past. It's a very difficult thing to get past because when you hear about the tragedy, no one's disputing this is a tragedy. When you hear about what happened to Ms. Warner, we know this is tragedy. We know this should not have happened. But you will hear from Dr. Parker's former coworkers, her associates, her former confidants. They will tell you this evening. They will tell you what they did. They told law enforcement. They told investigators. They told numerous people after the fact. No one could have predicted this. No one could have seen this coming. No one could have imagined that a 6-year-old first grade student would bring a firearm into an elementary school and shoot their own teacher. And this just isn't like speculation. This isn't something that a lawyer is making up. You will hear it from your own witnesses. You will see it with your own eyes. You will see surveillance. You will see video testimony. You will hear from experts. And you'll be able to judge for yourself whether or not this was foreseeable. That's the heart of this case. But as everything in law, it's always a little complicated. Nothing simple. And what I mean is this. There's at least 2 or 3 unusual aspects of this case. I told you that the law recognizes that people make decisions in the moment. You can't judge them with stuff they didn't know at the time, with the benefit of hindsight. You don't judge it based on because this tragedy happened, it was terrible, it was a horrible outcome, therefore someone needs to be held accountable. That is not how the law works. And even if you decided, when you hear some of this testimony, you think to yourselves, I would have made a different decision. I would have made a different call. That's not the standard either. It is difficult, I know. But you were selected. You sat through that painful selection process all yesterday. That was for a reason. You were selected for a significant special purpose. It's because you were selected because you can be fair, you can be impartial, you can be unbiased, and you can view the facts of this case like no one's looked at it before. You talked about in voir dire, the fancy word for jury selection, all the media coverage, all that's been going on. We're in a court of law now. We're in a court of law now. And that's when you get to hear the facts. That's when you get to hear from the witnesses themselves who will have to come and sit in that stand and look at Dr. Parker and face her and confront her. And say to her face that this was foreseeable. This case is unusual. Ordinarily, under the law, in any negligence case, you gotta prove certain elements. That's always true. Elements are the bits and pieces that make up a claim. They gotta prove that Dr. Parker owed these people a legal duty, that they breached that duty, that they caused Ms. Werner's injuries, and they can establish the damages. That's true of any negligence case. One thing that will be hard to grapple with in this case, and I know, and I want to give you a preview now. When it comes to a legal duty, usually the question is easy. You just look up in a law textbook, you look in the code, it's written down someplace and it says, the law requires you to do this. The law requires you to do that. The law requires you to not do this, not do that. It's written in black and white. And if we had that type of case, this would be much easier. We don't have that type of case. This is a case where the plaintiff has alleged that my client has assumed a duty. Assumed a duty, meaning that under Virginia law, even if the law does not impose an obligation on you to do something, even if it's not written down somewhere in a book that says Mr. Hogan has to do this or that, sometimes you can volunteer for it. You can raise your hand and say, I'm taking on that legal duty. I'm taking on this obligation to do something that the law doesn't require. It may seem crazy, but that's what it is. That's how it works. And you're required to apply that law. But because that is such a significant undertaking, to raise your hand and volunteer to do something that the law doesn't make you do, ordinarily, you gotta meet some very stringent requirements. And you'll hear about that. The court will give you instructions in the law, will give you guidance, we'll come back up here and explain it the best we can. But what it comes down to is in a case like this, where there is a 6-year-old child, something so unusual, and you'll hear the testimony will establish this is not an everyday occurrence. In fact, it is virtually unprecedented. In a case like this, where it is done by, when someone suffers harm due to somebody else pulling the trigger of a gun, that is third-party criminal harm. That is third-party intentional harm.
Your Honor, I hate to do this, but I have an objection at this point.
State your objection.
Your Honor, he is certainly going beyond the scope of what is allowed in an opening statement and getting into argument. I restrained from arguing the case, and I'd ask that he do the same, Judge.
You have a response?
I do, Judge. I think that we gave counsel wide latitude in voir dire and jury selection to instruct the jury in the law, make sure that they can abide by those instructions. That applies here as well during opening statements. I'm not arguing the law. I'm stating black letter law and making sure that they understand how they should have the framework so they can make sense of this case.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you,
We
Judge.
continue.
I'm not gonna give you a law lecture. You're gonna hear plenty of that later. But what you need to know is that in a case like this, where someone pulls a trigger and it wasn't Dr. Parker, if you raise your hand to say, I'm assuming a duty to exercise care to safeguard you or protect you, when the law wouldn't make me do that normally, you have got to have a promise. You've got to have an agreement. It's got to be express, meaning you got to say it. It's got to be unambiguous. And you heard counsel mention that. She had to acknowledge it and say she claims that Dr. Parker made this promise just by being an administrator, by raising her hand and saying, I want to be a public servant. I want to come here and I want to educate the children in my community. By raising her hand, she signed up for this. You be the judges of that. You all be the judges of that. The other unusual thing about this case is that ordinarily, the standard is the reasonable person standard. What that means is when you're figuring out when somebody makes a decision or not, you gotta decide, okay, was this a violation of the law or not? Are they liable? The way you assess that is from a reasonable person standard. You just imagine what would an objectively reasonable person do given the information the defendant had. In this case, we got to go beyond that. For them to prevail, for them to recover, they need to establish gross negligence. That means that even if it was reasonably foreseeable, even if Dr. Parker or any other defendant in this type of situation should have known or should have known what was going to happen, that's not sufficient here. They need to show gross negligence, and what that boils down to is indifference. Indifference, not inadequacy. That is what you need to remember. Remember that as you're listening to the evidence. Indifference, not inadequacy. What that means is if you hear the evidence, we come back up here at the end, and you're thinking to yourself, I would have made different decisions. I don't agree with what happened here. It's not the standard. They need to establish indifference. They have to establish that our client, Dr. Parker, exercised not even the slightest degree of guilt. If the evidence shows after everything shakes out and you decide and you consider it and you come to the conclusion and you think, look, I would have made different decisions, but you can see the evidence establishes that she exercised some degree of care, she did something, even if it turned out to be insufficient. That's the law you need to apply in this case. That's the way you need to think about this case. Carry that with you when you listen to the evidence. Carry that with you when you listen to these witnesses take the stand and tell the story of what happened. Because you are the judges of credibility. You have to decide who's telling the truth. And you heard in jury selection, counsel emphasized, he asked you to be brutally honest. Brutally honest. That's what the law requires of you. He's right about that. Ask if these witnesses are being brutally honest. Think about that. The last thing that you should know about this case, that you should consider as you're listening to all these witnesses take a stand, is that there's another duty we got to talk about. Every person under Virginia law has a duty to exercise reasonable care for their own safety. It's common sense, just like how hindsight's common sense. The law knows that. The law accounts for it and says that should be the law. You've got a duty to exercise reasonable care for your own safety. And what you're going to hear in this case is evidence that will give you pause. Counsel asks you to think about every time Dr. Parker had to make a decision. I want you to think about every time Abigail Zwerner had to make a decision. Think about that. Is she being brutally honest? It's a hard thing to do. Under Virginia law, if you're even slightly at fault and you fail to exercise reasonable care for your own safety, you generally cannot recover. There are exceptions, you will hear about them. I'm not here to lecture you on the law, but you need to know this. You need to know this to understand the story you're going to hear, because this story hasn't been told for real before. Ms. Douglas is going to get back up here at the end of this case. She's going to ask you to hold true to the promises you made during jury selection, that you will follow the law, that you will listen carefully to the evidence, you will weigh it, and you will come to a judgment. What I want you to think about. You are not judging Dr. Parker's conduct. You are judging the evidence. Apply the law. Think carefully. And ask yourselves, is it really foreseeable that a 6-year-old child would shoot their own teacher? Is that reasonably foreseeable? Was Dr. Parker indifferent? Did she fail to exercise at least some degree of care, even if it didn't work out? Did Abby Zwerner fail to take steps for her own safety? That's what you got to think about. Those are hard questions. Think carefully. You get one shot at this case. In jury selection, counsel talked about one of your roles. Your roles is like assessing the value of a diamond. Like it's a prize. There's a cash reward at the end of this case. You gotta assess it. This is not the Antiques Roadshow. This is a court of law. You assess witness credibility, which will be decided in the crucible of court. You will look at them. You will decide. You are deciding people's lives, careers. That is what is at stake. It is not a diamond. Apply the law. Trust your instincts.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. All right, are you prepared with your call your first witness?
We are, Judge. We plan to call Nina Farrish.
All right. Mr. Biddinghausen, everything that's going to be on that screen is going to be on this
Yes, sir.
for me to see. Okay.
And it will be there for the witness as well.
Right.
And counsel has preview screens as well.
Your Honor, with your permission, my understanding is that there might have been another witness who was present. That was not accounted for. I just asked for opportunity for a brief voir dire before they start, if that's possible.
And it was this witness?
It was this
Oh,
witness.
okay.
There were 2 witnesses in here.
We didn't realize that was the situation.
Okay. All right. All right, so obviously you're asking it to be outside the presence of the jury to start. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to have to take a brief moment to handle a technical issue at this point. So my bailiff is going to see you out, and then we will bring you back in as soon as we can.
Please rise for the jury.
right, Newport reporter, please swear the witness in.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed. All right, who is going to be questioning the witness?
Judge, if I may.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Farrish.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, if you could just keep your voice raised. I don't have good hearing to begin with.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Hogan. I'm counsel for Dr. Parker along with Ms. Douglas. I understand it came to our attention this morning that ordinarily when a court proceeding takes place, there will be a rule on witnesses making sure that anyone who will take the stand will be excluded so that in the event that there's any information that comes to light, giving a preview of what to expect in the evidence going forward, then it might affect their testimony. So that is why I'm talking to you now. I'm not here to point fingers at you. I know you're in the limelight right now. I apologize. But I just have to ask some questions to make sure that everything's above board.
Okay.
So, Ms. Farrish, at what time did you arrive here? Were you here for the entire opening arguments of counsel?
Yes.
And that included both plaintiff's counsel from the very beginning all the way through the end of defense counsel's opening statements. Both, you saw both of them?
No. Just the, I don't know which side is which. Just
This is the defense.
Okay.
It's plaintiff's counsel.
I just heard plaintiffs opening.
Understood. Do you think, was there anything in that testimony that would affect the way you testify today here in court? Your ability to be candid and to follow the law, to testify truthfully?
No.
Judge, if I may have the court's indulgence to speak with Mr. Vignazzi.
Yes. While they're doing that, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, Nina Sophia Farrish.
Thank you, ma'am. And can you spell your last name?
F is in Frank, A-R-R-I-S-H.
Thank you.
I'll ask 2 questions.
Are you done asking questions?
You can proceed.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Farrish, were you informed that you weren't supposed to be in the courtroom for opening statement until after the plaintiff was done with theirs?
I do not recall that.
And you've sworn to tell the truth, you're going to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Any motion on behalf of the defense?
Not for defense, Judge.
All right. Any motion on behalf of the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Can we bring the jury right back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And we can just have her, and I can have her re-sworn in front of the jury if you'd like.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Just make sure that they know that she's been sworn in since they didn't see that part.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Please rise for the jury. Non-jurors in the box, Judge.
Thank you.
You can be seated.
You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yeah, let's.
Would you like me to move that a little bit more?
Well,
I-
and let's make sure they can see the witness stand from where they are as well. Yeah. Down there, I can't see, so. All right. Can you see the witness from the to the witness stand now? No, you still can't? Okay. Can you see over here now? If you, yeah, I think that's probably better.
Sorry.
All right. Front row. All right, and then everyone else can see both the screen and the witness stand. All right, great. The acoustics are not great in here, so if you can speak up, they got to hear you all the way over there.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the court reporter?
Nina Sophia Farrish.
And Ms. Farrish, is it Dr. Farrish?
Yes,
Dr. Farrish, before the jury walked in, you were sworn to tell the truth, correct?
correct.
And I'm just doing that since they weren't there to watch it. Normally they're there to watch it, okay?
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Farrish, can you give us a little bit of background on your current employment position?
Currently, I am the Director of Human Resources for Newport News Public Schools.
And did you serve in that same role or capacity back in 2023, specifically January of 2023?
Yes,
And as part of your role with the Newport News Public School System, did you, as a result of a shooting that occurred at Richneck Elementary on January 6th, perform an investigation?
yes,
And as part of that investigation, did you interview Dr. Ebony Parker?
yes.
I'm going to show you just a roadmap, which is, go ahead and publish. And this is just my handiwork, just to tell you what we're going to be talking about today, okay?
Okay,
We're just going to have 2 stops. I want to talk to you first about your interview with Dr. Parker,
okay,
and then I want to talk to you about the Newport News Public Schools protocols.
okay.
So, let's start with the interview of Dr. Parker. How soon after the events of January 6th do you recall conducting an interview of Dr. Parker?
From what I can recall, it was within 2 or 3 days.
And so sometime in early January still.
Yes,
And during that interview, did you ask Miss Parker whether she knew that a student had a gun on campus at Richneck Elementary before the shooting?
yes, I did.
And what did she say?
If I recall correctly, she said something was reported to her that a student had a weapon.
Would it help if I were able to show you a transcript of that interview to help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Farrish, just take a moment, or Dr. Farrish, excuse me, take a moment and read the initial part of the transcript and tell me if it refreshes your memory as to whether this is a transcript of your conversation with Dr. Parker.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
And if you can look onto page 2, line 19 of the transcript, can you just read that portion of the transcript silently? And does that refresh your recollection as to what Dr. Parker told you about what she knew or what she was informed of?
Yes.
And what was it that she knew?
She knew that students reported that a student had a weapon in his backpack.
And as part of your continued interview of Dr. Parker, did you learn who it was that informed her that a student had a gun in his backpack?
Yes.
And who was that?
Miss Kovac.
And as part of your interview, did you gather from Dr. Parker what time Dr. Parker learned that information? And if I can help you, it's on page 4, line 13.
Yes.
And what time was that?
12:20.
And as part of the information that Dr. Parker received about a gun in a backpack, did Dr. Parker share with you whether there was a plan to address it?
As I'm reading through and recalling, when you say plan, I'm not recalling a plan as much as the conversation of what happened.
And that's perfectly okay.
Okay.
And so is it fair for me to say, at least based upon the reports from Dr. Parker in that initial interview, she did not convey that she had formulated a plan to address it?
Correct.
And did she inform you during that interview whether there was a discussion with her and somebody else about searching the backpack? If it helps, page 3.
So it was Miss Kovac who searched the backpack.
And did Dr. Parker convey to you whether she was part of a conversation with Ms. Kovac where there was a discussion about searching the backpack?
Yes.
And that request came to Dr. Parker, correct? Or was it informed to Dr. Parker, whatever words that you think are most consistent with what Dr. Parker shared with you?
So it's my understanding that Miss Kovac checked the backpack on her own.
So if I can refresh your recollection on page 3, line 4, if you can read that to line 8.
Okay. So Miss Kovac was the one who...
You don't have to read it out loud. Just read it
sorry.
to yourself.
Okay.
That's okay. And that portion that you just read, that was a portion of the transcript from Dr. Parker's own mouth, correct?
Correct.
So I'll ask you, just so it tracks what's there in front of you. Dr. Parker, according to her own statement, stated that Ms. Kovac was informed her, Dr. Parker, that she had already asked the student being JT, is there something in your backpack? Is that right?
Correct.
And the student had said to Ms. Kovac, at least from Dr. Parker's statement, that no, there was nothing in the backpack, correct?
Correct.
And then in the course of your interview, there was then a discussion about when the students go out to recess, and Dr. Parker conveyed that we can check the backpack. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Dr. Parker, at least based on the statements she conveyed to you, did not herself check the backpack.
Correct.
It was after recess, based on the statements of Dr. Parker, where Ms. Kovac asked her, what about his pockets? Is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would object at this stage only to, I've given counsel wide latitude, but I'd caution them against leading the witness.
Any objection to leading, any response?
I'll rephrase
All right,
to the
thank you. That's sustained.
And during the course of your interview with Dr. Parker, was there information conveyed to Dr. Parker about pockets?
Yes.
And what was said to Dr. Parker, at least based on her statement to you? Page 3, line 17.
You want me to read it?
If you could, thank you.
And she says, but you know, what about in his pocket? And I said, well, I don't know. Are they going out to
Your
recess?
Honor, I would object. This is improper refreshing of a witness's recollection. She cannot just read from the transcript. Again, giving him wide latitude, but let's keep it within the scope of the rules of evidence.
All right, I believe we've been refreshing her recollection.
I have.
All right, and so I'm going to sustain that objection. So you can't read
Okay.
out loud, so we need you to read it to yourself, and then if that refreshes your recollection, to answer Mr. Piniazzin's question, then you can do that. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So, just to clean it up,
Okay.
just to clean it up for a second. There was a conversation between Ms. Kovac and Dr. Parker that Dr. Parker conveyed to you, correct?
Correct.
And in that conversation, was there a question that was posed to Dr. Parker about pockets?
Yes.
Now, after the conversation with Ms. Kovac, did Dr. Parker share with you whether she learned from any other staff members of concerns of a weapon on campus? If it may help refresh your recollection, page 6, line 14.
Yes.
And who was that staff member based upon Dr. Parker's statement?
Mr. Rawles.
And did Dr. Parker convey to you what Mr. Rawls may have said to her?
Yes.
And having read the transcript of your interview, has that refreshed your memory?
Yes.
And what was asked of her? And I can ask a more tailored question to help here. Did Mr. Rawls ask at any point in time about checking a person based upon Dr. Parker's statement?
Yes.
And did Dr. Parker agree to having JT's person checked based on her statements to you?
No.
And based upon your interview of Dr. Parker, at what time did that conversation with Mr. Rawls approximately conclude, based upon Dr. Parker's statement to you, page 7, line 1?
1:40.
During your interview with Dr. Parker, did she ever state whether she personally left her office to go search a backpack for a gun?
No.
Did she inform you that she ever left her office to go check the student JT?
No.
Did she inform you whether she ever asked a member of the team, other teachers, anyone else, to search the person of JT?
No.
Did she inform you whether she herself searched JT, as in, was he brought to her at her request to search him?
No.
Based upon her statements to you, did she contact the school resource officer?
No. Not to my knowledge.
Based upon her statements to you, did she contact and notify the principal?
No.
Based upon her statements to you, did she call 911?
No.
I'm going to transition now, and I want to talk to you about the Newport News public school protocols, okay?
Okay.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
What's been pre-marked, and that means there's a little sticker at the bottom, and there's the number there is number 22. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a heading, or the title of that document is what, as best as you can tell? I know it's in big letters, but I'm not supposed to say it myself.
The whole cover, or just what the document is?
The whole cover, please.
Newport News Public Schools, Smart Safe Schools, Richneck Elementary, 2022-2023, Multi-Hazard Crisis and Elementary Management Plan.
Your Honor, I would object to the relevance of this line of questioning based on my prior motion in limine. I would incorporate my prior arguments, and to the extent that the court admits this evidence, I would seek a cautionary instructions to the jury, admonishing them that the written protocols do not set the standard of care or establish the existence of a legal duty in this case.
All right, so I've previously ruled on the motion. Your objection is noted, and then we'll allow the instruction. I believe that was my ruling on this matter.
Your Honor, we hadn't yet discussed what the substance of an instruction might
Correct.
be. And I just flagged that because we disagree with some of the statements that were made by counsel.
Correct. Well, I mean, we have to decide that at
some
the
point.
end. Yeah,
Yes,
at the
Judge.
end. We'll work that out in instructions. But your objection is noted currently, and it is contemporaneous.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I think I'm going to explain to the jury how that works.
Yes, go ahead.
So in preparation for this trial, which we knew was going to take a while, we actually had a day of motions to try to streamline things as much as possible. Because otherwise you would be up and down every time there was an objection. So I have previously ruled on the record on certain documents and evidence coming in or not. And what the attorneys have to do is when that evidence comes in, if they disagree with my ruling, they just need to put that on the record that they are, along with its entry, objecting that I allowed that in. And that's perfectly fine. That's how this is supposed to work. You're not to take anything away from that at all of any of my rulings. Those are legal rulings, and you don't need to concern yourselves with them. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so that's why that's going to happen. It's a good example of that. The next thing is we also agreed, not agreed on, but all the exhibits, and there are hundreds of them, have been pre-marked. In other words, they've already been given a number. So instead of having to have them marked, they would have to approach, I'd have to mark them, they'd have to be entered and go back. We've pre-done that, so you might hear that they're out of order, but the numbers will follow that exhibit throughout the entire case. All right? All right, thank you all very much. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. May I please report? May I proceed?
Yeah.
Ms. Farrish, as part of your role in 2022, 2023 with the Newport News Public School System, you were made aware of this document, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with it enough to know it existed and some of the contents of it. Is that fair?
I cannot say that I am familiar with the contents of it.
Okay. If you could flip through the substance of it and tell me if, well, actually we can streamline this, Your Honor. This was a document produced by the Newport News Public School System, and based upon the stipulation Your Honor entered previously, it was deemed authentic by the parties. And so I'm going to jumpstart the authenticity part with Your Honor's permission.
All right, and that's agreeable with counsel. It is what it says it is, correct? All right, very well.
What that means, Ms. Farrish, is we've all agreed that this is, in fact, the multi-hazard crisis and emergency management plan, okay?
Okay.
So what I would like for you to do is if you can flip to page 12 of that plan. And Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes, over defense objection.
Yes. So just so the jury's tracking, this is the cover page that's in front of you.
Correct.
Talks about smart, safe schools, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about multi-hazard crisis and emergency management plan. Is that fair?
Correct.
And that is specific in this document as to Richneck Elementary School.
Correct.
All right. Do you have page 12 in front of you now?
Yes.
On page 12, there's a portion here that talks about startup procedure, and I know it's hard to read. I'll be zooming in, folks. But is that the page 12 that's also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, so if we can zoom in here, and we talk about the school threat assessment response protocol. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And there's a section here at the bottom that talks about procedures. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And here it talks about, the first section, it talks about any student upon receiving information that a person is threatening to commit an act of violence shall, and the first thing is assume the threat is serious.
Correct.
And on page 13, it goes through responsibilities of students in the circumstance of a threat. True? Are we talking?
Yes.
And then here, when we get to this section, which is the third bullet point down, it talks about parents and guardians and their responsibilities. True?
Correct.
And then a little bit further down, we start talking about school staff members. Is that true?
Yes.
And in that context, we're talking about the teachers of the school of Richneck Elementary, as best as you understand.
Yes.
And again, it's assume the threat is serious, right?
Yes.
Immediately report the threat, right?
Yes.
Be available and cooperative to provide statements, right?
Yes.
And then the protocol changes and moves to the school administrator based on this document, correct?
Correct.
And then that responsibility is shifted and it says any school administrator, correct?
Correct.
And in this context, principals are administrators, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Parker was an administrator.
Yes.
And it says again, assume the threat is credible until and unless an analysis suggests differently. True?
Correct.
Judge, I just have to object reading. Again, wide latitude, but patience is waiting.
All right, if you can, I'll sustain that and allow you to rephrase your question in a non-leading manner, please.
Does the policy talk about whether or not a school administrator should assume threats are credible or not credible?
Yes, it does.
And what does it say about that? You can read it.
Any school administrator, upon receiving information that a person is threatened to commit an act of violence, shall assume threat is credible until and unless analysis suggests differently.
And the next portion of this policy, does it talk about what, if anything, a school administrator, in this case, Dr. Parker, is supposed to do as it relates to the student making the threat?
Yes, it does.
And what does it say about that?
Cause the student making the threat, if known and on campus, to be immediately removed from the classroom and segregated into a secured area pending further investigation.
And is there a conversation within the policy or discussion about what should happen with other student or staff who may have received information?
Yes.
And what's the school administrator supposed to do in that context?
Segregate any student or staff member who received the threat pending further investigation.
And then is there discussion about what, if any, requirements there are for the school administrator as it relates to the staff member who is a source of information for the threat?
Yes.
And what does it say about that?
Require the school staff member, if this is the source of the information, to provide immediate written statements regarding the information received.
And is there discussion within the policy about contacting 911 or a school resource officer?
Yes.
And what does it say the school administrator is supposed to do in that context?
Request police assistance either from the assigned school resource officer or by calling 911 for an emergency, or the nearest SRO for a non-emergency to report a threat.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Farrish.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
All right.
And I'd move Exhibit 22, pages 12, 13, and 14, which were the pages that were referenced into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, same objection, previously noted, now contemporaneous. Besides that, anything else?
I just asked that I remain continuing objection, Your
All right, granted.
Thank you.
So admitted.
So the record's accurate. Those pages are being moved in as number 22, and they'll be marked as 22.
Correct.
Yes.
I have no questions of this witness, Judge. Not at this time.
All right, no questions. So did you want her re-sequestered? Is she free to leave the building but be on call? How did you want to do
I
that?
asked her to remain subject to being on call, subject to the defense subpoena.
Okay. I'm assuming you'll go back to work?
Yes.
Okay. You have a cell phone?
Yes.
And has that been shared with the attorneys?
Yes.
All right. And how long will it take you to be here if we were need you back? Just for planning purposes?
15, 20
15,
minutes.
20 minutes? Okay, thank you very much. So you are still considered a witness for this trial, so you're not allowed to discuss your testimony or anything you've heard, read, or said about this, and that continues until you hear otherwise from me.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough?
Yes,
Any
sir.
questions?
No.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. All right, and you may call your next witness.
All right. Next witness is John Sims.
can stand there and raise your right hand for me.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Come up here, sir. Here's one step, here's a couple steps.
This is good.
May it please the court.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and state your full name for the court reporter, please.
John Robert Sims.
And Mr. Sims, what do you do for work?
I am the music teacher at Richneck.
And back in January of 2023, what did you do for work then?
I was the music teacher at Richneck.
And
the acoustics are really bad. Can you speak up a little?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
and were you at work at Richneck Elementary on January 6, 2023?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you if we can publish the Akiva. On that day, Mr. Sims, did there come a time where you spoke with Dr. Parker about concerns that were being shared in the school?
Yes.
And how many times do you recall having a conversation or being present for a conversation with Dr. Parker?
Twice.
So what I want to do is I want to talk about the first conversation, and then I want to talk about the second conversation separately, okay?
Okay.
So the first conversation. Do you recall when approximately during that day that happened?
Time-wise,
Yes.
probably between 11 and 12.
And when you say probably between 11 and 12, is there something that was going on? Or, in other words, was there recess before, recess after, lunch before, lunch after, that gives you a framework of when it might have been?
I don't know about the recess schedule, but I was sitting at the registrar's desk to cover the phones.
And so you said approximately 11 to 12, is that correct?
Correct.
And from 11 to 12, when you were sitting at the registrar's desk, was there a conversation that you had that triggered or resulted in you then going to speak with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
And who was that conversation with?
Mrs. West,
And who is Mrs. West?
one of the first grade teachers.
And what did Miss West tell you that led you to actually go to have a conversation with Dr. Parker?
She asked about the boy being searched.
And when we say boy, we're going to be using initials, so we'll say JT.
Okay.
Is that the boy that you're referencing?
Yes.
And what is it that Miss West asked about the boy being searched?
To my recollection, I believe she asked if he was searched.
And was why in the course of that conversation did you feel like it was right for you to then go to Dr. Parker next?
She asked me to ask Dr. Parker.
And so did you leave the registrar's desk then to go have a conversation with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
And do you recall what you might have said to Dr. Parker? Even if it's not verbatim, but
Yeah.
what the communication was.
I believe I relayed the message from Mrs. West asking if he had been searched.
And at that time, did you have any information or knowledge about why there was a question of the boy being searched?
Not to my knowledge, other than what Mrs. West had offered up.
And what was that?
That another student had come to her after recess about it, and so that's when I believe that's when, because I had called her about a different matter, and so then that's when she talked to me about it on the phone.
And when you say about it, I know we're in a courtroom and this is maybe tough. What is it?
About the gun.
And it was with that information that you then went to speak with Dr. Parker.
Yes.
And And in the conversation with Dr. Parker, just so I'm tracking correctly, you asked whether he had been searched, that is JT had been searched.
Yes.
And what did Dr. Parker say back to you?
I believe she said that the backpack had been searched.
And what did you do with that information after you received it?
I relayed it back to Mrs. West.
And when you say relayed, you weren't with Mrs. West face to face. You
No.
called her?
I either called her back or I had set down the phone initially and went back and picked up the phone.
And after you conveyed to Mrs. West that Dr. Parker reported the backpack being searched, was there another conversation that then led you to have a second conversation with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
I believe Mrs. West called back to the office and I answered the phone again. And then she asked about if JT's person had been searched.
And when she asked you, that is, Miss West asked you whether his person had been searched, what did you do with that information?
I believe I said I wasn't sure, but I would ask Dr. Parker.
And is that what led you to then go have a second conversation with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
And when you went to Dr. Parker, where was she physically?
In her office.
And the first time you talked to her, where was she physically?
In her office.
Did you notice at any point in time between your first conversation and the second conversation whether Dr. Parker ever left her office?
No.
In other words, no, you never saw her, or no, you don't remember?
No, I wasn't really paying attention.
And she was there again when you went back for the second conversation?
Yes.
And when you got to her office for the second conversation, was there anyone else present around or in Dr. Parker's office when you got there?
Mr. Rawles was in the doorway, the other doorway.
And did you overhear anything that you can recall Mr. Rawls communicating to Dr. Parker?
I believe they were talking about the jacket.
And when you say the jacket, are we talking about JT's jacket?
Yes.
And do you recall anything about the jacket that they were talking about?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall whether there was a conversation about what, if anything, to do at that point as it relates to JT?
Not to my recollection.
And did you participate in the conversation with Dr. Parker and Mr. Rawls at that time?
Yes, they were talking about the jacket, and I chimed in to say that Mrs. West had called back and asked about the jacket.
And what, if any, information was shared with you from Dr. Parker at that moment?
I can't recall.
Were you informed that by Dr. Parker that the jacket was checked?
Objection, Judge. He has his answer.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
He has his answer. He has responded. He's not entitled to fish for the response that he's seeking. He asked a question. The witness responded. He does not recall.
So your objection is asked and answered, is that correct?
He is asked and answered, but he's stuck with his answer at this stage.
All right, your response?
Your Honor, I'm just ensuring that the witness understands it's the scope of my question, even if it's more narrow than it was
So
before.
you're rephrasing it, is that correct?
I will rephrase,
All right,
Judge.
I will overrule that on a rephrasing. Go ahead.
When you were part of this conversation with Mr. Rawls and Dr. Parker, did you hear Dr. Parker ever communicate that whether or not the jacket was checked?
Not that I recall.
At what point in time did you then leave that conversation with Dr. Parker and Mr. Rawls?
I believe I left after I had chimed in about Mrs. West calling back.
And did you then communicate back to Mrs. West any substance that you had learned from that conversation? And I don't need to know what it was. I'm just curious if you then relayed information back.
I can't remember.
That's okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Sims.
Good morning.
Mr. Sims, you have multiple loans at Richneck Elementary School, correct?
Correct.
And that was true back in 2023 as well, right?
Correct.
You were a music teacher.
Correct.
You were also a resource team lead.
Correct.
You were also a testing lead. Right?
Correct.
And by testing lead, I mean at Richneck Elementary School, like many public schools, it was subject to state mandated testing protocols, correct?
Correct.
And those are subject to strict regulations. You'd agree?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And if the school or administrators fail to comply with those regulations, they can be subject to sanctions, correct?
Correct.
Sanctions can include loss of licensure, right?
Correct.
There can be civil penalties.
Correct.
It's a serious consequence if you violate the state testing protocols, right?
Yes.
And so that's one of your obligations there at the school, is to ensure there's compliance as part of a team, right?
Yes.
At the time that this was going on back in January 6, 2023, they were doing testing at Richneck Elementary School. Do you recall around that time?
Yes.
They were doing annual statewide mandated testing, you remember?
Yes.
And Dr. Parker was responsible in part for ensuring compliance with those testing protocols, right?
Yes.
And that's actually part of what she was doing in that office, right?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
You just seems to know the answer, Judge.
All right, why are you moving to strike his response?
Move to strike. Just lack of foundation as to what Dr. Parker specifically was doing.
All right, you have a response to that?
I can rephrase, Judge.
All right, so I'm going to sustain it on calls for speculation with allow you to go ahead and re-ask.
Mr. Sims, Dr. Parker, you were in or adjacent to her office at the time of these conversations, right?
Correct.
Her office is where she does her business, right? That's where she does her job as the assistant principal, correct?
Yes.
So it's not unusual for her to be in her office doing her job, right?
Correct.
But it was somewhat unusual for you to be in that office manning telephones, right?
Not particularly, no.
Well, let me rephrase. In your employment at Richneck Elementary School, were you a professional secretary?
No.
Were you trained to take down calls accurately? Did you receive specialized training in taking down calls?
No.
Ensuring that those messages were accurately relayed?
No.
Did you receive any training of any kind from school authorities there or in the course of your employment there to perform secretarial duties?
No.
But on that day, that's what you were doing.
Yes.
You were doing that because you were doing a favor for a friend, right?
Yes.
The registrar who normally mans the phones just wanted a lunch break, right?
Correct.
And so you went there and stepped in, as a good friend and colleague would do, right?
Correct.
And so then, later that day, you found yourself in the middle of this whole situation, right?
Correct.
It's fair to say. So I'd also say it's fair to say you didn't expect to be in the middle of the situation when you went to work that day, right?
Correct.
Plaintiff's counsel has talked about there were 2 calls, right?
Yes.
There were 2 calls that you received while you were in the main office there, right?
Yes.
At the time of both of those calls, Dr. Parker was near you, right?
Yes.
Can you describe the office? It's multiple rooms, right?
Yes.
It's not just one room and she's right next to you, right?
Well, kind of.
Well, let me be more specific. This room, the main office, it's called a main office for a reason, right?
Yes.
It's a communal space, right?
Yes.
People go in there to access the copier, right?
Yes.
There's a copy machine, fax machine, right?
Yes.
So there's traffic in and out of there pretty frequently, right?
Yes.
And also, like many main offices at public schools, students are there too, right?
Yes.
They're taken there for disciplinary reasons, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes, they're taken to the principal to await discipline, right?
Yes.
And that was the case on January 6th as well, right? January 6th, 2023.
What part?
At the time or around the time of these calls, there were actually 2 students or multiple students in the office at the time you received those calls. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And actually, that was part of why you placed that first call, right?
Correct.
The first call was you calling Miss Jennifer West, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer West is a first grade teacher, right?
Correct.
She didn't call you, right? Just to be clear,
Correct.
I know that sounds like a dumb question, but you called her, right?
Yes.
Any question in your mind about that?
No.
And when you called her, you weren't calling her to discuss a weapon, right?
Correct.
At that stage, you had no knowledge that there was a suspected weapon on the premises, did you?
Not to my recollection, no.
The first time you heard any information that there was a suspected weapon on the premises of that school was when you spoke to Ms. West, right?
I believe so, yes.
And when you went into that conversation initially, that was not your plan to have a discussion about there's a suspected weapon at Richneck, obviously,
Right.
right? You were initially asking her, hey, there's 2 students here in the classroom, right?
Yes.
I believe they're your students, right?
Yes.
They got in trouble, right?
Yes.
So can they go back to class now?
Correct.
And she responded,
They can go
Revolt.
back to class.
they could go back to class.
Hmm.
And then she says, oh, by the way, right? Oh, by the way, there's some more information. Would you agree?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Sorry. She says, oh, by the way, and your testimony today was that she let you know that there was a child with a suspected weapon in his possession, right?
Yes.
But you don't remember exactly what she said, right?
Correct.
It's been like 3 years at least, close to that, right?
Correct.
If you had to write down in detail, verbatim, what she conveyed to you, you would not be able to do that, right?
Correct.
But you've testified that once you received that information, she asked you to share it with Dr. Parker, right?
Correct.
And Dr. Parker, she was in the main office, right?
She was in her office.
Her office, which is part of the main office, correct?
Yes.
The main communal space, right?
Yes.
Where there's all this traffic, right?
Yes.
Right? And it's not like you're right next to each other. It is close quarters, but she's about like 20 feet away or so. Is that a fair estimate?
Probably, yes.
Right? And so to better estimate that, to go and talk with her, you don't just like yell across the room at her, right? You would have to get up and talk to her, right?
Not necessarily, because we were in eyesight
You had direct eye line vision,
from the desk I was sitting at.
okay? And she was stationed at her computer, right?
Yes.
And at the time that this was going on, she was involved in annual testing, right? That's why she was in the office.
Objection, same objection.
Yeah, you don't have to sustain that. If you can lay foundation for that.
I understand, Judge.
All right.
At the time that you were in the office with Dr. Parker, did she appear to be focused on her duties? Did
Yes.
she appear to be focused on her responsibilities as a principal working there?
Yes.
And also, you've testified that you shared some information with Dr. Parker. You can't tell anyone in this court, right, verbatim, what you told Dr. Parker, right?
Correct.
This is your ballpark estimate of your recollection of what you told her, right?
Correct.
3 years later, right?
Yes.
You've also testified that there was a second call, right?
Yes.
So, first call, you called Ms. West, initial discussion about the children and the discipline. And then she says, by the way, here's some information about a potential firearm on the campus, right?
Yes.
When you received that information, you spoke to Dr. Parker, right?
Yes.
After you spoke with Dr. Parker, you've testified that her response was that the backpack had been searched, right?
Yes.
And then you called Ms. West and you told her that. You said Dr. Parker responded, the backpack has been searched.
Yes.
You cannot testify here today that when Ms. West called you, she shared where the firearm was. Said differently, you didn't know where that gun was at the time you were talking to Ms. West, did you?
No.
You didn't know if it was in a backpack, you didn't know if it was on his person, right?
Correct.
She did not share that information with you,
Correct.
right? And so when you spoke to Dr. Parker during that second phone call, you talked to Ms. West, right?
Yes.
Correct? You turn and say, this is important information. I have important information about a potential deadly weapon. on Richneck property, right?
Yes.
That's important. You're doing your job. The job that you volunteered to do, right?
Yes.
And you turn and you convey this to her as best you can, correct?
Yes.
And she responds, the backpack has been searched, right?
Right.
Because at that time, it was reasonable to believe, well, I'll strike that question, Judge. There was no discussion with Dr. Parker about the weapon being on this child's person when you spoke with her, correct?
Not with me, no.
Focusing again on the second call. You end up talking to Miss West and she gives you some more information, right? You continue speaking with her, right? And that's when this issue of the jacket comes up, right?
Right.
That was your testimony today. Was at some point when you're speaking to Miss West, there's a discussion about this child's jacket, right?
Yes.
And once you received that information, you said, I've got some more information now, right? I have important information. I need to share that with Dr. Parker, right?
Right.
And you tried to do that, right?
Right.
And you got up, right?
Yes.
And you walk across the office over to her room, right?
Yes.
To have that conversation.
Yes.
But when you try to do that, you never had that conversation, did you?
I chimed in on the conversation that was happening.
Let's back up. When you first tried to approach Dr. Parker and share the information you got from Miss West, Mr. Rawles had arrived, right?
Yes.
And before you could share the information you had received from Miss West, Mr. Rawles had got there first, right?
Yes.
And he had poked his head in there and he looked a bit concerned, frustrated even, right?
Yeah.
And when he was speaking to Dr. Parker, you couldn't hear everything that he was saying, right?
Right.
You don't know even what the beginning of the conversation was, right?
Correct.
You just caught the tail end of that conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And towards the tail end of that conversation, your testimony today was that you heard something about a jacket, right?
Yes.
But you can't tell this court, the jurors here today, specifically any details about that conversation, right?
Correct.
You just don't have that knowledge.
Correct.
I have no further questions of the witness. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Sims, there was a question posed to you as to whether Dr. Parker was focused on her duties and responsibilities. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we've already talked about, and this is already in evidence, as Plaintiff's Exhibit 22, permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may, yeah, go ahead and show it.
This is page 14 of Exhibit 22. This is the crisis management protocol. And do you see that front, that very top portion of this?
Yes.
And it talks about a responsibility of a school administrator. Is that right?
Yes.
What does it say?
The first one.
Yes, the first one that I've starred.
The school administrator shall take appropriate action to ensure safety of the students and staff.
And back in January of 2023, there was also a staff handbook at Richneck Elementary School. True?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object to the stage, Judge.
All right, is this a document we've discussed previously in the motions?
No, we have not, Your Honor. I think we need a sidebar, or we need to have the jury excused for this argument.
All right, and what's the title of the document again?
This is Richneck Elementary School 2022-2023 Staff Handbook, Mrs. Brianna Principal, Dr. Ebony Parker, Assistant Principal, updated August 15th, 2022.
Has it been given an exhibit number?
Exhibit number 108.
All right, and not previously handled in motions day? Is that
Not specifically addressed.
Okay. All right, and so what is your objection?
It was produced after motions day. It arrived last week for the first time, Your Honor. We had never seen this before. Never been produced in discovery, was not relied on by any expert, and showed up last week in two phases. One, someone had taken a screenshot, and then the second, the full copy. And we objected that day on our supplemental objections to the witness and exhibit list.
All right. So you're arguing that that is it was produced late in the discovery process in violation of an order, is that correct?
It was in violation of the rules of discovery,
Mhm.
and it was also beyond the court's mandated time to disclose witnesses and exhibits.
Okay. All right. Mr. Benioff.
Your Honor, we received this exhibit late, we shouldn't have, and that's because it was requested from Dr. Parker during the course of discovery and not produced. And we had to obtain it through a third-party source. We obtained it past the deadline, and we disclosed it promptly. And now at this stage, we, based upon the line of questioning that was provided, we either intend to refresh the witness's recollection if he doesn't recall the handbook, or we intend to specifically introduce it into evidence if accepted by this court.
All right. So you're not moving it at this point. You are just crossing. Well, you're directing. You're actually on direct now. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Allow him to direct on the handbook.
May I add something to the record, Your Honor?
Sure.
With respect to Mr. Benioff's statement that it was requested in discovery, as all discovery was objected to on the basis of the Fifth Amendment on any questions related to handbooks. Mr. Benioff and the plaintiff never moved to overrule the objection based on the Fifth, and to come in here now and say that we somehow did not produce something is not fair.
Okay. Overrule. Go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Sims, I'm handing you the document, or I guess I just handed you a document that says Richneck Elementary School 2022-2023 staff handbook. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was this the staff handbook for you all at Richneck for that calendar year?
Yes.
And that included January of 2023.
Yes.
And earlier you were asked about questions as it relates to duties and responsibilities. Do you recall whether this document specifically discusses responsibilities of a school administrator, that is assistant principal, when it has to do with classroom management and safety? You can answer. Do you recall, without looking at it, whether it addresses that topic?
Not specifically.
Okay. If you would flip to, there's a little red number at the bottom that says 9074. If you go to that page. Does that refresh your recollection as to a portion of this staff handbook that addresses classroom management and safety?
Yes.
And do you recall, without looking at it, I know it's right in front of you, but do you recall, without looking at it, whether there are tiered behaviors within the handbook?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object at this stage to this line of questioning. I don't see how this is assisting the finder of fact. I would ask for the proffer from opposing counsel. What is the relevance of this?
Yeah. How does this go towards anything that was brought up in cross-examination?
Your Honor, he asked about responsibilities. The tiers within the handbook delineate responsibilities of administrators and staff members in situations of classroom safety. It's been the position of the defendants, both in cross so far and in opening statement, that there was responsibilities shared amongst individuals, and there's a handbook applicable to their relationships that tell us what their responsibilities were. If he didn't ask he asked the question about duties and responsibilities, and so we get to explore what duties and responsibilities were being attended to by Dr. Parker.
All right. I'm going to overrule it. The door's been opened in cross-examination. Objection noted. Go ahead.
And based upon this staff handbook, there's level 3 behaviors, true?
Yes.
And what does it say about level 3 behaviors, as best as you recall, and if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at it, that's okay.
Level 3 behaviors are reported to school security and administration.
And is there a description is there a section that talks about student behaviors specific that are level 3 behaviors?
Yes.
And is there a student behavior within the handbook that specifically applies to a circumstance we're talking about here today?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Your Honor, I would object at this stage. This is lack of foundation for the basis of this witness's knowledge. It sounds like he doesn't have any independent recollection of this document. He's just being asked to read from this document itself. To the extent that there was an argument about opening the door, I still stand on my prior objection, but this is a discrete issue. I mean, this is his bare recital by a fact witness of what is written in the internal policy has no bearing on our proceedings here. This has no bearing in this case. I would object on the grounds of relevance as well as 2403 balancing, because this is going to invite the jury to render its verdict based on an improper basis that has no relevance. It's a collateral matter.
All right, response to relevance objection now?
Your Honor, I believe the foundation was just laid with the witness that first, this is a staff handbook that applied in January of 2023. He was able to identify it as a staff handbook that applied in January 2023. And when asked whether there's a level 3 tiered behavior that specifically is pertinent to the issue here, he says yes, it's within the handbook itself. We've laid the appropriate foundation. It's certainly relevant to the issues in the case, especially in the circumstance in which the argument's been posed to the jury that this is a case about indifference and not inadequacy. And so what the individual knew, the defendant knew about their responsibilities and how to balance and weigh those responsibilities is certainly pertinent. And in light of the fact that they've crossed this individual on the fact that she was tending to her responsibilities on that day, it's relevant for us to address what other responsibilities she agreed and promised to keep.
All right. Overruled on foundation, relevance. I think those were the two latest ones. Go ahead.
Under student behaviors, is there a specific behavior that we've been discussing so far in your testimony?
Yes.
And what does that say?
Possession of a weapon.
And does this, as best as you can recall, or if you need to refresh your recollection, talk about what next steps and responsibilities to take next steps are on the administrator, the assistant principal?
To secure students and ensure safety.
Is there others?
Immediate notice to administrator and security. Email a detailed account of the incident and everyone's roles, names, locations, and time.
Now, you were asked about whether Dr. Parker focused on her duties and responsibilities. Based upon your observation of Dr. Parker during your first conversation, between your first and second conversation when she was in eyeshot and your second conversation and after, did you observe her attend or focus on any of those responsibilities?
Your Honor, I object. He's calling for expert testimony. He's not an expert.
I've overruled. All right, now you want to object that that requires expert testimony. I'm overruling that. Go ahead.
Do you recall the question? You want me to ask it
Can
again?
you ask it again?
Yes, sir. From the time that you had your initial conversation with Dr. Parker, and then you sat at the registrar's desk, you could see Dr. Parker. Then you had a second conversation with Dr. Parker. During any of that time, did you observe her take any actions that were focused on the responsibilities that we've just addressed in this handbook regarding the possession of a weapon?
Because of the position of the registrar's desk, I'm actually facing away from her door, so I couldn't tell you what she was or was not doing.
During your time there, did you see the student JT come into the administration office?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you see Dr. Parker leave her office to go potentially look for him?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you overhear her notifying security?
No.
Now, there was a question asked of you in cross-examination about not knowing where the gun was. You recall that question?
Yes.
Did you observe Dr. Parker take any actions to try and locate where the gun was?
Not that I recall.
Those are the questions I have.
Recross, Your Honor.
Yes,
Very-
based on redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
You didn't see Dr. Parker take any actions after your conversation, last conversation with her? Because you weren't paying attention to her, right?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge?
All right, did you want him resequestered, on call, or is he excused?
Excused from our end, Judge.
All right, defense?
Judge, could we have him on call for the time being, but we'll be in touch shortly?
Okay. All right, so you're not being released as a witness at this time, but you are being released to go back to work, if that's what you're doing today. Do the attorneys, defense attorneys have your cell number? Okay.
I don't.
No, all
I
right,
don't.
so well, actually, you've called him. Do you have a cell phone?
I do.
Okay. So how long would it take you to be back here at some point today, let's say?
Depending on traffic, 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. So just with having said that, I'm going to let you leave the courthouse. You still are not allowed to talk about your testimony today. If you have to tell anyone where you were in court, and that's it. Can't talk about your testimony, read, or hear anything about this case until otherwise released. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I think now's a good time to take a break.
I agree, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, we are going to take our morning break now, about 15 minutes. Anything you need, just knock on the door and Sarah will assist you with anything that you don't already have, okay? All right.
Please rise for the jury.
Call in the next witness.
Just procedurally, Your Honor, 11:45, we have a witness that maybe take 30 minutes-ish. The next witness is Rolonzo Rawles. The witness after that we anticipate will probably be longer. It'll be Ms. Kovac.
Okay.
And so just alerting the court that we're going to fall sort of right on that. We might fall right on that 12:15, 12:30 timeline, and I don't know what Your Honor's preference is. And if we needed to take up argument on that Exhibit 108 that we address, we might be able to do that sort of in that interim before
Right,
Ms. Kovac to make good use of time.
All right, that'll be fine.
Thank you, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
I'll try to break between 12 and 1 when we can. That sounds like a good timing for today.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
So it's
Okay.
fine if we let Ms. Kovac know that we don't need her till 1, Your Honor.
That's, yeah, at least 1. Okay. All right, you can bring in the jury. How you doing down there?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, did you want the exhibits back? All right. You may call your next witness.
Next witness is Rolonzo Rawles, Your Honor.
All right, begin. Stand in the middle and raise your right hand for me, sir. Thank you.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. You
May
may
it please the
proceed.
court. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good morning still.
Yep.
Apologize. Could you go ahead and state your full name for the court reporter?
Rolonzo Duran Rawls Sr.
And Mr. Rawls, what do you do for work?
School counselor.
And what school system do you currently work with?
I currently work with Virginia Beach Public School.
And before your time with Virginia Beach Public Schools, were you employed by the Newport News Public Schools?
I was
And what was your job title then?
school counselor.
And what school, if any, were you working at in January of 2023?
Richneck Elementary.
And were you at work on campus January 6, 2023 at Richneck Elementary?
Yes.
Mr. Rawls, I'm going to show you, if we can publish, read, it's a little roadmap. It should pop up on your screen.
Okay.
And it's just to give you an idea of the nature of the questions that I'm going to ask you today, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to talk about information generally, but I want to talk to you first about what you learned on January 6th, what you shared and who you shared it with,
Okay.
and then what information you received back, okay?
Okay.
On January 6th, was there a time in which you had a conversation about a student who we're calling JT?
Yeah, or later probably later that afternoon, I had a conversation about JT.
And when you say later, give us a context of what that means in your life at Richneck.
Probably late afternoon. Richneck was what's called a B or C school. I can't remember exactly how they determined it, but it was a later school, so normal time they didn't dismiss until around about late 3:45, almost 4 o'clock. So I believe on that date, it was around, probably it was after 12, so I'd say between the hours of 12:45 to like 1:15, around that time is when I was informed about some information about JT.
And who informed you of information about JT?
Originally, it was kind of like indirect. I spoke to Miss West, who was the teacher, first grade teacher across the hall from Mrs. Zwerner. So she had brought to my attention that there was a student from her classroom that was transferred over to her classroom that was very upset about a situation that he was information was passed on to him that really was upsetting him, and she wanted me to speak to him, that particular student.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit just to
Okay.
make sure we're tracking. And my understanding is that you used to call Miss Werner Mrs. E, is that
Yeah,
right?
yes.
And it's totally okay
Yep.
to call her Miss C in the courtroom as well. So you had a conversation with Miss West
Miss
in which
West. Mhm.
she communicated that there was a boy that was in her classroom that
He was currently in Miss West's classroom, but he was in Miss Z's classroom as a student. Yeah.
Got it. So again, I just want to make sure everyone's tracking.
All right.
This is a boy that's not JT,
No.
correct? Who was assigned to Mrs. Z's classroom on a normal day-to-day basis.
Correct.
And on this day, January 6th, he was physically in Miss West's classroom,
Correct.
and that classroom is across the hall from Miss Z's classroom.
Correct.
And it was while he was in Miss West's classroom that Miss West shared with you that she gathered information from this boy.
Yes.
And just the first initial of the boy, just so we can track him. What's the first initial of his first name?
R.
And so this boy R, did Miss West share with you what the boy R shared with her?
Yes.
And what was that?
Basically, she said he was upset because JT during recess time had mentioned to him something to the fact that he had some type of ammunition or bullets, I think the terminology was utilized, and he showed him or displayed it to him, and during that time he also told R that if he had told anybody that he was going to harm him in some type of way. I think the word was to shoot.
And again, I just want to unpack so we're tracking the people correctly. It was conveyed to you that JT had informed R that he had bullets, and that if R said anything about it, JT would shoot him.
Yes.
Did you interpret that as a threat?
At the time when I spoke to R, I did not, because he was not very coherent about what he was trying to display. And personally, I just didn't think, because I spent a lot of time with JT. I had been part of his treatment plan for like a year and a half. So
We're not going to get too
yeah, but
too
make a long
far
story
into
short,
that.
no, I did not answer the question.
Okay. But you did, it raised concerns enough to you to have a conversation with Dr. Parker.
Yes.
And those concerns were specific about the report that you had just received about something with bullets and shooting.
Yeah, because normal time when you have that, you try to investigate. So we wanted to look into it. Yes.
And so from that information, did you then, so that's sort of what we learned, right? So we have bullets plus a shoot. And did you take that information and share it with anybody?
Well, I can't recall if I shared it per se, besides the teachers who already shared it with me. But we did want to look into if he had some type of ammunition or things to figure out where that might be at. So we asked about the backpack and where he might store that particular items at.
And you're using the term "we,"
Yeah.
so I just want to make sure we're tracking who the "we" stands for there.
Well, we at the time would probably be Miss West and Miss Z.
Okay. And so this is a conversation amongst you three. And then did you then take that conversation and go talk to Dr. Parker?
Yeah, I asked because they said that they had already. I was informed they had already checked his backpack. The backpack was in possession of the administration at that time. So I said, well, even if they checked his backpack and that it was in there, had they checked his person? And they said no one had checked his person at that time. So my request was to go to speak to administration about checking his person.
And was that your understanding of how things went at Richneck Elementary?
To an extent, in my experiences.
And so you go to administration. Who do you go to specifically in administration?
Principal or assistant principal, whoever is in part, which like my boss are in charge.
And on that day, January 6th, who did you go speak with?
I spoke to Dr. Parker.
And when you went to speak with Dr. Parker, did you ask about searching the person?
Well, we discussed about the backpack, and then I did ask, would it be okay if I checked this person? Yes.
And what did Dr. Parker say back to you?
She basically said, because he was on a certain plan, that they had already checked the backpack, nothing was in there. So she said, well, you know, his mother will be coming to get him soon, so we can hold off and wait, and maybe when mom comes and pick him up, we can check his person at that time.
And did you interpret that conversation as giving you permission to go search JT?
No, I took it as in she wanted me to hold off, and I didn't want to step over any boundaries, so I wasn't going to check him without permission. So, because we didn't have any security or anything at that time.
And so, do you recall approximately what time that conversation ended between you and Dr. Parker?
I don't recall the time.
Do you recall at some point in time, just so I'm tracking in terms of timeline, we just talked about information received, which
Right.
was your conversation with Dr. Parker.
Correct.
And other than what we've just addressed in terms of information received, the statement she made to you about waiting for mom, was there any other information that she conveyed to you at that time?
Not that I recall, no.
What did you, Mr. Rawls, do as a result of that conversation?
I just went back. I left out of the office, and I did go back to Mrs. Z's classroom, and I walked into the classroom, and I do remember Mrs. Z was in the back of her classroom at like what they call the moon table, and as the students were working, and I expressed to her, I said, well, I spoke to Mr. Dr. Parker. She said she didn't want me to check his person at this time, and I told her if she would need any more assistance, just to let me know, and that was pretty much it. And after that, I left and went back to my office.
How soon after that conversation with Miss Z did you receive any sort of information about a shooting?
I didn't receive anything until they came over the announcements with the lockdown.
And tell us about what you heard then.
Well, when the lockdown originally went, it just sounded like it might have been a drill. And in any school lockdown, you know, you're supposed to stay in place, lock your doors and things of that nature. So I just proceeded to do so, cut my lights off, turn my door down, because my office is far on the other end of the building where the classroom is at. But then maybe momentarily, maybe a few seconds after that, another frantic lockdown was mentioned over the loudspeaker, and I knew something was not right.
And when you say you knew something was not right, what did you do after you heard the frantic call? I know, Mr. Rawls. It's okay.
I got on the walkie-talkie and asked did anybody need assistance, and no one answered. So procedure is not to leave my area, but I'd love my area to go around the corner to see what was going on. As I proceeded to go around, passing the cafeteria area, down the main hall, and there's another main hall area where it goes heads down to the front office. There was janitors in the hallway, and I could see speckles of blood on the floor, and we were cleaning it up. And I said, what are you guys doing? It's a lot. I ain't supposed to be out there. And one of the janitors mentioned to me, they said, they got him. And I'm like, they got who? And they were like, the student in the classroom down here. So I proceeded past the janitors into Mrs. East's classroom because the only door was open. And as I stepped in, Mrs. Womack, Miss Amy, had JT over in the corner, and she had him like a hold, not like a restraint, but like just hold, like holding him by his arms. And I said, "What's going on?" And she said, he shot her. And I said, "He did what?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Where's the weapon? Where's the gun?" And she had pointed across to the hall. So I walked through the classroom on the far end, and the weapon was on the floor. My initial reaction was because another janitor wasn't still inside the classroom at the time as well, and I didn't know would he try to break away from the reading specialist, Miss Amy.
Can I
to
ask
get
you
over.
a quick follow-up?
Yes.
Was the police on scene yet?
No.
Okay. And so you saw the weapon on the floor in the classroom before the police arrived?
Yes.
And then from what you could tell in your observation, did the gun stay in that location until the police arrived?
Yes, because like I was saying, I was going to move it because I wasn't sure was he going to try to get at it again. But I wasn't going to touch it without a glove or something, so I asked the janitor or so to get me a glove or something. And before that even occurred, that's when the officers did proceed into the classroom.
Thank you, Mr. Rawls.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to January 6th, was there ever an occasion in which you attempted to search a student for another reason?
Not that I recall, no.
Were you ever provided, or were you ever given any warnings or reprimand not to search a student without someone present or administrators present?
Not that I recall, no.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Rawls. How are you?
All right.
I just have a few questions for you so the jury can hear the whole story. You mentioned that you'd worked with a student before, JT,
Yes.
and you were part of his student success team, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he had some behavioral issues?
Yes.
And he also had some learning issues?
Yes.
And you were very familiar with him?
Correct.
And he had been taken to Dr. Parker's office on multiple occasions?
Yes.
And in fact, 2 days before, he threw Ms. Zwerner's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And you were called to her room either by Ms. Zwerner or Ms. West, correct?
Yeah, I was called on the walkie-talkie.
They
Yes.
told you, come down and get him and take him out of here, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, Friday, January 6th was a little bit different, wasn't it?
Yes.
You were, in fact, dealing with student A, with Ms. West's class,
Okay. Yes.
and you and Ms. A were dealing with student A who had caused a major disruption in the school, correct?
When you say a student A, who are you referring to exactly? I'm
The
sorry.
student A who was in Ms. West's class that you had taken to your office. Do you recall taking a student into your office to counsel them? Student
Yeah,
A.
that wasn't Mrs. West's classroom. That was another student, and she was a first grade student, but that wasn't Mrs. West's
Okay,
classroom.
so you had brought student A back down to the classroom.
Yes.
Right, and then you learned Ms. West talked to you about something she wanted to tell you about student R.
Correct.
Okay, but Ms. West didn't seek you out.
No, that I didn't think of. No,
You came down the hall and sort of stumbled on this information.
I stumbled onto the information.
So at that point, you had heard nothing about JT that day.
Not to that point, I recall. No,
Okay. In fact, you knew he'd come back from suspension.
I knew that. Yes.
Okay, and at some point, you'd checked in to see how he was doing that day.
Yeah, I think walked past the hall. I don't think if I came exactly into the classroom, but I came down the hallway area.
Okay, and you hadn't heard anything other than what student R told you?
I recall. No.
Okay, so you took student R outside in the hall and spoke to him?
Yes.
Never heard anything about a gun?
No, not about her.
You heard something about bullets? And because student R was 5 or 6, you decided, did you feel like you needed to investigate it?
Well, like, yeah, that's why I went to ask about the bag and everything, yes.
Okay, and Ms. Werner never sought you out about JT that day, correct?
That I recall, no.
And you didn't hear any walkie-talkie traffic about JT that day?
If it wasn't directed towards me, no.
Okay, and so you spoke with R outside of Ms. West's classroom, and when you spoke with R, you didn't feel the need to take him to the office, correct?
Oh, R?
Yes.
No.
And JT was across the hall in Ms. Werner's classroom?
Yes, I believe so,
And
yeah.
you didn't feel the need to take R out of the classroom, did you?
Not at R or at JT?
JT.
No, not at that time, no.
And you are a member of you're a guidance counselor and you're involved in discipline and counseling students on discipline?
Well, yes, guiding them, yes, not so much in charge of discipline, no.
But you do counsel students?
Yes.
And you're probably a member of the threat assessment team at the time?
Yes, probably.
Okay. So at that time, you did not feel the need to remove JT from Ms. Werner's classroom?
No.
You didn't feel the need to clear the classroom?
No.
Didn't feel the need to call for a lockdown at the school?
No.
So what you did is you went and talked to Dr. Parker?
Yes.
And you and Dr. Parker had been talking about student A as well, correct?
The one that I brought back from the classroom?
Yes.
I may have mentioned, but that was a situation that I knew was kind of under control after I brought that student back. Yes.
Okay. So if Dr. Parker was involved in dealing with student A, you just don't have any knowledge of that?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So you go back and you talk to Dr. Parker and you tell her, you have some conversation.
Yes.
And that was over many years ago now. We're past 3 years ago?
Yes.
And do you recall the exact details of the conversation?
I don't the exact details. I just know that it had been brought to my attention about the backpack had been checked, and what had been said about the ammunition or bullets, and I was like, well, if he has nothing within his possession within the backpack, would it be okay to check his person? That was the conversation I do remember.
Okay. And Dr. Parker didn't refuse refuse the search of the person, did she?
I don't know if you're going to call it refusal. She just said we will hold it off. It was not that the fact that maybe she didn't want to check later, but I know it was at that time. No, she didn't want me to check.
She didn't want to check at the time. She wanted to wait for his mother to get there. And you've stated that you understood why, because he's 6 and checking a person.
Yeah, I didn't want to step over any boundaries in that situation, no.
And you didn't feel the need to go around Dr. Parker, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't feel the need to track down Principal Newton and say, Ms. Newton, we've got a situation here. Dr. Parker won't let me search that child.
No.
You didn't feel that at all?
No.
And in fact, you decided to go back to your office.
Yeah, I went back to speak to Mrs. Zwerner first, then I went back to my office, yes.
Okay. And then you were in your office, and at some point, you understood that there was a lockdown.
Yes.
And you came down the hall,
Yes.
and you saw the janitors,
Yes.
and they were mopping blood.
Yes.
And you understood did one of them say something to you?
Yeah, they said they got him.
And when they said they got him, did you say, oh, it's JT, it must be JT? Is
No.
that what
No,
did you
that
have
was
any idea who they were talking about?
I had no idea.
And it wasn't until you went in the room
Yes.
that you knew that it was JT?
Yes.
And the law enforcement came,
Eventually, yeah.
and after that, you went back to your office,
Yes.
and you cried, didn't
Yes.
you? Because this was shocking to you.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rawls, at any time when you were dealing with this situation, up until the time you saw that child in Miss Kovac's room, did you ever think that JT was a threat to that school?
In my personal opinion, in the time I spent with him, I wouldn't have thought he would have took it to that level, no.
Did you think that you were comfortable leaving him in the classroom while you had the conversation with Dr. Parker and then going back to your office? It was an evolving, and isn't it true that it wasn't a credible threat at that point?
I didn't think it would have been, no.
That's all the questions I have.
Any regret?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rawls, you were asked about your feelings and how you didn't feel like you needed to ask or do certain things that day. Do you recall that?
Right.
You did have a bad feeling, though.
I felt more regret after.
Well, when you were interviewed by Miss Farrish, do you recall that? She was with the Newport News public school system.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know he had a lot of concerns, and he had anger management issues, and maybe so because the interaction me and him had was different than he might have had with other people, and maybe that's why I didn't feel he was such a credible threat. But I can't determine if that's how, you know.
Right,
what it was up to.
and sometimes people's actions towards different people varies.
All right.
And this is a 6-year-old who 2 days prior took specific action against Mrs. Z.
Right.
And so you had a good understanding at that time that she might treat her differently that he treated you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you spoke with Miss Farrish and you were talking about the incidents, that was close in time to when it actually happened, right?
Right.
It was in January of 2023 that you had that conversation.
Right.
And when you went into Mrs. Z's classroom with the information from Dr. Parker, that was sort of hang tight.
Yeah.
What was Mrs. Z's demeanor?
I just remember her facial expression. It was kind of like a look of shock. I know her eyes was very wide, and she just kind of looked at me very strangely. That was the outcome of my request. But that's why I try to, you know, encourage her that I would be there for her if she needed me.
To hang tight. And is that one of the reasons you didn't have a good feeling?
Probably.
You were asked earlier about never having heard anything about a gun. Do you recall that question? I'll give you a moment. If someone said the word gun to you, would it have changed your impression?
If I put myself back in that moment, and like I said, a lot of time has elapsed, I can't definitely say what my thoughts would have been.
I understand. And when it was conveyed to you that it was bullets and you had asked for permission to search this person, what was it that you, in your mind, were searching for?
In my mind, I was probably searching to see if he might have had some type of item of, you know, because sometimes we talk about elementary students and I have been doing this job for a long period of time, and you know, bullets could be like, somebody might think a bullet was like the end of a pencil eraser. I explained this before, or some different item that might have been the shiny. So it's just the fact that the reason why I asked to search this person, because I want to be more indefinite about if he has something on this person or not.
And that includes search to see if he had a gun.
Right.
And the message that you learned of was that it was bullets, and if he says anything about it, he's going to shoot.
Right.
How do you shoot bullets?
I'm telling you, shoot with a gun.
Those are all the questions I have.
Just a few. You were, Mr. Rawls, you were asked about the interview by Ms. Farrish, is
Right.
that correct? Do you recall in the interview with Ms. Farrish talking about feeling guilty for not preventing the shooting?
Right.
And do you recall saying that that's hindsight bias?
Your Honor, relevance.
All right. What's the relevant?
He asked about the interview with Ms.
Yeah,
Farrish.
you
I'll-
kind of
I'll-
opened the door on his feelings, so I'm going to overrule that.
That's okay.
And do you recall saying that's hindsight bias that you were feeling?
Hindsight bias. regret, guilt, hindsight bias. I don't know how to have hindsight per se. If you look at it in my vision, it's just maybe if I could have done more. So if you say hindsight in that position, then yes.
And do you recall Ms. Farrish saying to you, none of us could have ever
Objection,
imagined
Your Honor.
that something like this would
Objection,
occur?
Your Honor.
Yeah. That,
She keeps going.
right. There, an objection has been made. Do you have any response that you would like to make to that objection?
He brought up the conversation with Ms. Farrish.
All right, but what's your specific objection then?
Objection. The objection is the statement of Ms. Farrish is a hearsay statement.
The question itself is hearsay. Do you have a response to
It's
that?
not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
What's your response to that?
Your Honor, there is no other purpose that it could be offered other than the impressions of somebody who is not relevant to the matter here, and it's hearsay, whether or not it's relevant.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm going to order that it be stricken from the record and you not to consider any of that language that came from the question, came from an attorney and is not testimony. All right, thank you. All right, any other questions?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, do you want him excused or either resequestered or on leave? For
He's
call?
released from our subpoena, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's under subpoena with the defense, so
Okay.
we would ask that he remain in contact with us if we need to call him again.
All right, and you have the ability to contact him?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'm going to allow you to go back to work, and I'm assuming that if you were called back, it will take you about an hour to get here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will give you at least that much of a heads up. You are still a witness in this case because you're under subpoena by both sides. So I'm directing you and, in fact, ordering you not to discuss your testimony with anyone about this case. If anyone asks, you were in court. That is all you're allowed to say. Any questions for me?
No, sir.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Well timed, by the way, and
We don't
I
always take
understand.
credit for that, but
not
that
even
was
not even using lawyer time. All right, so we are going to take our lunch break now. Good time, and we'll say an hour. That's our circuit's policy on that. So we're going to take our lunch break of an hour now. So we will try to resume court again at 1:15. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
abbreviated in conversation or just argument when Exhibit 108 was addressed with the court.
All right, are you in agreement to doing that now?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the issue here, Your Honor, is during the course and pendency of this litigation, a subpoena ducis tecum was issued to Newport News Public Schools specifically for the Richneck Elementary School handbook for school year 2022-2023. And when we issued that subpoena, it was responded to by a gentleman by the name of Robert White, the executive director at that time. And we'd like to submit these as court exhibits, Your Honor, just for the court's record.
All right.
So there's the
So obviously, there's not exhibits that are going back with the jury. They are only purposes for this motion.
correct, Judge.
All right.
And so what's being handed first is the subpoena that was issued. mark that Court Exhibit 1, or however you want to do it, just so it's reflected on the record, Judge.
All right. How are you numbering your exhibits, Ms. Douglas? Do you have numbers or letters?
Numbers,
You're going to use numbers as well?
yeah.
All right, so then we'll use letters for court exhibits. So this will be Exhibit A.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Any objection to Exhibit A's admissibility? Just for purposes of the motion.
Not for purposes of the motion,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Can I swap you? This is a non-color copy. I was going to get that into the court. It's okay.
Is this A?
That's A. And Your Honor, if I may provide the letter response from Mr. White.
All right. Only for purposes of the motion. Any objection to that? Just for purposes of the
No
motion.
objection.
All right. All right, that'll be B.
And Your Honor, as it relates to the witness that was subpoenaed, it was in fact Mr. White that was subpoenaed, that Mr. Bright had just referenced, in the event that the court would like to hear any information or evidence on this issue. The purpose of it is that, and I'll proffer, Your Honor, when Mr. White attempted to search for the specific handbook, he was not able to identify it. And there is reference by Mr. White that it should have been on a Google Drive and that it was not on the Google Drive. And I don't want to step into why that wasn't on the Google Drive, but it was on a Google Drive originally as it relates to Richneck Elementary. We learned of this later in the context of preparation for trial from one of the witnesses that they may still have a paper copy of this somewhere. And that's how we first found 2 or 3 pages of it and then disclosed the full version that we were able to receive. And there was an issue that was raised during argument from defense counsel about objection on the basis of the Fifth Amendment privilege, Your Honor. And I'd just like to put one last thing on the record and then move on. The basis, ultimately the court can weigh or judge the appropriateness of an objection, especially an objection on the Fifth Amendment privilege. And in the context of a policy, I think it is within the court's discretion to determine whether that is in a statement that falls within the bounds of the Fifth Amendment or not. And I think Your Honor's already ruled on that in light of sort of the ruling that we heard previously. And so we didn't want to get into all of that in the presence of the jury. We wish to put all this on the record now. And that way, in the event that Exhibit 108 comes up again during the course of witness testimony, there's at least context for the court to be able to address it.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want to put anything on the record as well?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Again, I want to just reiterate that this document was not identified in discovery. It was clearly called for by the discovery that we sent to the plaintiff. It was not timely identified for the exhibit list. In front of the jury, counsel made the comment that they had asked Dr. Parker for this document and she didn't provide it. Well, in her responses to discovery, all discovery was objected to on the basis of the Fifth. Counsel, that was probably 2 years ago, made no motion to compel, as they did with her deposition testimony where the Fifth was taken. And then we hear nothing more of it until we get this amended exhibit list that has some document that we've never seen before on it. She doesn't work for the school system anymore. She's not Mr. White. She didn't get a subpoena from plaintiff's counsel for this document. And I am concerned what has been placed in front of the jury now is the idea that somehow she was hiding a document when it was obtained, I assume, I'm not sure where the document came from. It shows up last week on an exhibit list, first with someone had taken a cell phone picture of certain pages of it, and then the next day we got an amended exhibit list with the full transcript, and as we've said earlier, we objected it at each turn. So again, I'm also concerned, and want to put on the record, that Mr. Sims was permitted to sit there and essentially be an expert about this document. that we had never seen before. This is highly prejudicial, highly irrelevant, highly improper to bring this in at this late stage of the game. And for any expert witness of theirs to rely on it, it's not in any of their designations. I mean, this is nothing more than trial by ambush, this type of behavior.
All right, the court stands on its previous rulings. And as to your concern about any comment made that the jury may or may not have heard, I will instruct them at the end. I think it's a standard instruction that comments by attorneys or court during evidentiary arguments before the jury is not considered evidence and should not be considered.
We ask for that instruction,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
All right, anything else on that?
Just because I referenced it, Your Honor, I'd like to mark as Court Exhibit C the actual request for production that was issued on
Okay.
point to Dr. Parker.
All right, motion's hearing only.
Motion is correct.
Where's the response?
That is the response. Madison. On the other side.
Well, that's 16. That's 31. Is this the 32? Okay.
Any objections for motion
No,
purposes
it's
only?
good.
All right. And then as well, to back up the instruction we'll give them at the end, I will, when we come back from our lunch break, advise them of exactly what I just said, that comments by attorneys or the court during evidentiary arguments is not evidence and should not be considered as such. I know you're still objecting, but is there any objection to advising them of that?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I'll just last thing on the record, which is that the document lists, Exhibit 108 lists Ebony Parker's name on the front title, and to the extent that there's any argument of her, any prejudice that's addressed by this, it was the Richneck Elementary School policy for her as assistant principal.
Right. Okay. All right. Having put all that on the record, we will take our lunch break and return at 1:15 with your next witness. All right. Court is now in recess.
All rise.
Next witness.
Yes, Judge, just administratively, Exhibit 22 that was with the witness that I'd like to hand to the clerk, or Your Honor, however you all maintain the marked and admitted exhibits.
Madam Clerk, please. And that was admitted. Okay.
So am I leaving it as number 22?
Yes. Yeah, that's how we're going to keep their numbering for the whole trial for everything. All right. Make your life a little easier. All right. Anything to take up outside the jury's presence before we begin?
None from us, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Douglas.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your next witness.
Should we bring the jury out, Judge, first?
What's that?
Should we bring the jury out first? You got the witness on the
Whichever
stand
order
first.
you want to do it. Yeah, I mean.
I can call the witness. It's Amy Kovac. Would you like me to go
Okay.
get her? She's in the room, or?
Do you want her to sit them to
I'm
see
sorry,
her
Jen
being
West. I'm
sworn
calling
in?
Jen West first.
Okay. Well, you can have we can have them sworn in front of the jury. That's fine.
Okay.
If
Yes,
you want
Your
to bring
Honor.
the jury.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And then here. Just admit the motion.
Not during the box.
Thank you. All right. Your next witness is.
It's Jennifer West, Your
All
Honor.
right, Ms. West, if you can come stand here in front of me and raise your right hand.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, after that?
I do.
Thank you.
Come up here, Ed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And has Ms. West been sworn in, Your Honor? Thank you. I appreciate that. And may you state your name for the record, please, and spell it for the court reporter?
Jennifer West, JENNIFERWEST.
Thank you. And Ms. West, can you tell the jury, how are you currently employed?
I'm a first grade teacher at Richneck Elementary.
And how long have you been a teacher?
23 years.
Where were you on January 6, 2023 as a teacher?
Richneck Elementary.
And which grade were you teaching then?
First grade.
And you're familiar with Abby Zwerner?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how you knew her on January 6,
She
2023?
was my teammate and taught across the hall.
And tell the jury on that day, did something happen at recess that stuck out to you?
Yes. My class was a few minutes late going out to recess. Abby's class and another class were already outside. When I got out there, I was told that, or Abby told me that she saw JT take something from his backpack and put it in his coat. And I spent the rest of recess kind of watching JT and another student, R. They kept going behind the tree at the playground, and then R would walk away. They'd come back together, and I witnessed that for 15 or 20 minutes while we were outside.
And then after recess, tell the jury, where did you go immediately after recess?
I went initially, and we had a second entrance into the school. I had a student that was acting aggressively, and I opened the side door, and he took off into the hallway, and I followed him down that other hallway towards the office. And when I got to the office, I hollered inside to Mr. Sims, our music teacher, who was standing at the counter, and told him I needed some help with this student. Continued down the hall, and when I got to the corner, the student turned right, and to the left is the first grade hallway. And at the intersection, I ran into Mr. Rawles and Dr. Parker.
Right, and let me slow you down right there. What did you do with the rest of your class when you went after the other boy?
We were in the process of lining up from recess, and when we come in from recess, one teacher typically would blow a whistle, and every class would get in line with their teacher. And so my class walked inside with Abby's class and the other. I don't remember if the other teacher had gone in yet or not.
And just so the jury understands, so when you're at recess, it's typically all the first grade students?
Yes.
Okay. And so back to, you said you saw Dr. Parker and you saw John Sims.
Yes.
And then where do you go from there? Do you turn back to your class?
I went to my class, yes.
So as you're walking to your class, is there anything you do involving the other student, R, who you saw with JT at recess?
I did. I asked to speak with him, to ask him what was going on at recess.
Let me just ask you, why did you talk to R?
Partially to find out, because we were watching their interaction.
To find out what?
What they were. It seemed that something was being hidden at recess. And when I pulled R out of, I can't honestly remember if it was from the line or from the classroom, but I pulled him to the hallway.
And let me ask you, was there anyone else in the hallway with you as you're talking to R?
Not initially.
Okay.
Abby may have been standing at her door because we had both our classes. And I asked him what was going on. He said, I can't tell you. And he was visibly nervous. And I said, it's okay, you can tell me. And he said, no, I can't. He said that he would hurt us, he would blow us up. And I said, well, what do you mean? I said, it's okay, you can tell me. And he told me, he said that JT had a gun and he saw it in the bullet. And I said, well, what color was it? Trying to see if it was real or not, I guess. And he said, well, it was bullet colored. And he was crying at that point, teary-eyed. And I had him come into my classroom, and I called the office to report it. And Mr. Sims answered the phone. And then I went back to my door, and Mr. Rawles was bringing my other student
and before
back
you
to me.
Get into Mr. Rawles, why did you feel the need to call the office and report it?
Because R had said that JT had a gun.
Was that the protocol, to call the office and report it to an administrator?
Yes.
And did you send R back to Miss Werner's class,
No.
or did you keep R in your class?
I kept R in my class for the rest of the day. He was visibly scared. He was worried that JT was going to act, which is why he didn't want to tell me to begin with.
And can you describe for me, as you're talking about him being visibly scared, what does that look like?
You could just, his demeanor, his facial expressions. When I said, it's okay, you can tell me, when the words finally came out of his mouth, he had tears. I was at that point convinced that he had seen something.
Okay. And then you were talking about Mr. Rawles coming down to your classroom. So what happened then?
Mr. Rawles brought my student back to me, and I said, can you talk to him? Mr. Rawles is a guidance counselor, so we rely on them to speak to children when they have some big emotions. And I said, he's scared. He is visibly shaken. Can you please talk to him? And I reported to Mr. Rawles that I had been told that JT's backpack had been checked while we were at recess. And I said to Mr. Rawles, why can't we check his person? R says he had it on him. Can we check him? And at that point, Mr. Rawles left my room.
And let me slow you down right there. So before Mr. Rawles leaves your room, Do you see Mr. Rawls talk to R?
I can't remember if I saw the conversation or not. It was right outside my classroom door, and I honestly don't remember where my position was at that point.
Once Mr. Rawls is leaving and R is coming in, what does he look like then? What's his demeanor? How is he acting?
He was scared. I had him sit at one of my tables. A student was absent, so I put him in an empty student seat. And every time he'd get up, he got up frequently and would like side eye to look out the classroom door window. It seemed to me that he was checking to see what was going on across the hall.
When he came back from talking with Mr. Rawls, did he still have teary eyes?
Yes.
Teary eyes. So tell me, where, if you know, did Mr. Rawls go when he left your classroom?
He said he was going to Dr. Parker to ask permission to search JT.
And then did you see Mr. Rawls again that day?
He came back and told me that we were told we could not search him.
Okay. And then did you keep R in your class the
Yeah,
remainder
R
of the
stayed
time?
in my classroom even after the incident.
And when you say the incident,
The shooting.
And did you hear the
Yes.
shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Once you heard the shooting, what did you think that was?
I knew it was a gunshot.
And where did you think it had come from?
Abby's room.
Did someone open your door at that moment?
I did.
Okay.
I opened the door, and Abby's class came across the hall. I saw a side view of Abby. I couldn't see her face. I knew that she had been shot because there was blood on the floor, and I saw her hand. And once I got all of the students in, I shut my door and followed lockdown procedures, even though lockdown had not been called yet.
And R still with you in the class at that time?
Yes.
And did you see JT at that moment?
I did not.
But you knew at that time
Yes.
that something had happened. JT had done something.
Yes.
And you knew at that time it was a gun.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have right now. I appreciate
Thank
if
you.
you'll answer any of opposing counsel or the judges.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron. Ms. West,
Yes.
you're one of the lead first grade teachers at Richneck Elementary School, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the case back in 2023 as well, right?
Yes.
And by lead first grade teachers, that means that you're in the hierarchy of responsibility there at the school. You have some teachers that work under you, or you have some authority over them, correct?
I don't know that they don't work under me. I'm the lead of the team. What that means is I attend meetings at the district level and disseminate information to my team that way. And I am part of the lead team at the school, but I'm not in charge of any teachers.
That's right. And a part of your responsibility as a lead teacher also is you can serve as a mentor for fellow teachers.
It has nothing to do with being a lead. I can choose to be a mentor teacher. I just happen to be both.
And you were a mentor to Ms. Zwerner.
Yes. The previous year, her first year in first
And
grade.
as her mentor, you kind of showed her the ropes with classroom management. You showed her the ropes with how school works and school operates, and you try to share and impart knowledge to her, right, as her mentor.
Yes.
In addition to having the opportunity to mentor folks, sometimes you have some supervisory responsibilities at the school.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Take, for example, as lead teacher, isn't it typical, or was it typical at the time, that you would have a walkie-talkie if you went out to recess? That would usually go to the lead teacher.
I don't believe it was, I believe it was the first teacher that went out to recess would get the walkie-talkie, so that there was one on the playground regardless of who was out there.
Understood. On January 6, 2023, you had a walkie-talkie.
I did at the end of the day, like after recess. I honestly don't remember having it prior to the lockdown.
On January 6th, the first time you encountered Mrs. Zwerner was out on the playground at recess, correct?
No, at lunch.
At lunch?
Yes.
That was in Miss Miller's classroom?
Yes.
And that's when Mrs. Zwerner came in, and you referred her to go and speak speak to the administration, right?
Yes.
After that, the next time you encounter Abby was on the playground, correct?
Yes.
When, on January 6th, when you went to recess that day, you got there a little bit late, right?
Mhm.
So ordinarily it'd probably be around 12:20, 12:25.
Yes.
You were there around 12:35.
Yes.
Right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand your testimony today to be when you arrived on the playground, Ms. Warner let you know that she suspected or had reason to believe that JT might have a firearm on his person.
I don't specifically remember her saying firearm. I remember in the notes that I wrote down from that day was that she told me she witnessed him take something. I wasn't convinced it was a firearm until I spoke with R.
Okay. Once you arrived on the playground, did she immediately notify you?
Within a couple of minutes, likely, yes.
Okay. Ms. West, I'm going to show you an exhibit which has been marked for identification as Defense 63H. And I just want this to be displayed to Ms. West and counsel.
63H.
That's correct. Ms. West, can you see that display?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play a portion of this clip and ask if you recognize the individual who appeared on the screen. Brian, can you play, please? All right, can we pause here, please? Okay. Ms. West, do you recognize, is this a fair and accurate representation of you coming onto the playground at recess time on January 6th, 2023?
I don't know. I don't know. Are you talking about on the sidewalk?
Yes.
I honestly don't know if that's me or not, but it might be.
Sure. You can continue playing, Brian. And that individual who just passed, the person in the green sweater, that was Abby Zwerner, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize yourself in this image now?
Yes.
Okay. So that's you, Miss West, standing there on the playground on the day before the shooting occurs, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you just saw that you passed Mrs. Warner on the way out onto the playground. At that stage, she had not informed you?
I don't believe so. I can't say for sure.
Right, and you'll see that in this display, you're the only adult on the playground at this stage.
Okay.
You would agree?
It appears so.
And there's multiple children out there, right?
Yes.
You're the only adult supervising those children, correct?
I mean, that's what it looks like, but there are, we would like station ourselves in other places, so.
Sure, we can continue playing the rest of the clip.
Okay.
But this image here, you're the only adult.
Can be seen by camera, yes.
Correct. Brian, if you could continue playing the clip, please. Brian, let's do. Let's do 63F, or excuse me, let's do 63I, please. So this is skipping forward. If you could pause here, Brian, please. Miss West, can you see in the upper right quadrant, the upper right corner of this video?
Mm-hmm.
There's an individual out there. Do you recognize that?
I mean, it looks like me.
Okay. And Brian, please continue playing. All right, and Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish this to the jury. I believe I overlooked that initially.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Permission to publish video.
All right, at this stage, which has been paused, it looks like you're in the upper right corner of the surveillance image here, while Abby Zwerner is across from you on the other side of the playground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Brian, due to my oversight, if we could go back to the original clip. And just show that for the jury, if we can publish that, please. We'll see Miss West come onto the playground. pass Mrs. Warner. And if you could pause, please.
And that's 62H that you just showed, is that correct?
This is E, Your Honor, 62E. Or sorry, this is 63H, excuse me. Miss West, while you're here on the playground here, at this stage, you have no knowledge whether or not John Doe possesses, or JT possesses a firearm, right? No one's giving you any warning.
I don't recall specifically, but probably not.
Right, and so Ms. Warner, at that stage, had knowledge that JT
And Judge, I
possessed a
would
firearm.
object at this point for speculation. He's saying what another person had knowledge of. That's inappropriate.
Lack of foundation at this point.
That's fine, she cannot testify to that, but it's been established.
The objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. West, you've testified that at some stage while you were out on the playground, you were eventually informed that JT might have a weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you were trying to keep an eye on him, right?
Now, I was informed that he took something from his backpack. I can't speak for sure if I was told it was a weapon.
And from that point onward, you were trying to keep an eye on him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony today was that you were trying to remain vigilant because you suspected that he might have a weapon.
Have something. I was told he took something from his backpack.
When you were on the playground, did you feel in fear for your safety?
Honestly, I don't know. I was watching 40-ish children and keeping an eye on somebody that we were unsure.
And after you received the report from Ms. Warner that JT might possess a firearm, and you began watching him, at that point, were you concerned for your safety?
Honestly, I don't know. It is a blur. But again, I don't recall specifically if the word firearm or gun was used at that time. I was convinced that there was a gun after I spoke with R after recess.
Court's indulgence, please. At some stage when you were out on the playground, Ms. West, you had another student who became disruptive, right?
Yes, when we were lining up.
Right. And at that stage, you had already received information that JT might have a weapon, right?
Again, I can't say for sure that the word weapon or gun was used. My notes that I wrote down that day, I just said that it was reported that he took something. I can't speak clearly that I was told it was a weapon.
When you returned to the school to deal with that student, and you got inside, you encountered Dr. Parker.
For about 2 seconds. We walked past each other.
Right. And you walked past her because you were dealing with the other student who had become disruptive on the playground.
I was following him because he was eloping. He was running from me.
He was running from you?
Yes.
And you contacted Dr. Parker and asked for assistance, right?
I don't remember what I said to her, but it was literally in passing. It was not a stop and have a conversation.
And a guidance counselor or
Was also in the hallway with
Right,
Dr.
and
Parker.
intercepted the child
Yes.
and took him to the main office to be disciplined.
I don't know where he took him.
When you encountered Dr. Parker in that hallway, you didn't disclose any of the information you had received.
I did not, because I was not convinced until after that when I spoke with R.
So your suspicion that JT might have an actual weapon of some kind didn't materialize until you spoke to RR, is that correct?
I was convinced when I spoke with R.
But up to that point, you had a suspicion?
Yes. And I was focused on my student in that moment, and I don't know why I didn't say anything when I walked past Dr. Parker in the hallway.
When Ms. Warner first reported that the student might have had an item on this person, it was possible that he might have a weapon, right?
It was possible, yes.
And you're familiar with the protocols that were...
To report to an administrator.
But also, is it your understanding that if someone reports that there's a suspected weapon, you should presume that it's legitimate?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So you're not familiar with the protocols?
Oh, I'm not sure what you're asking. Could you ask that again?
I'm asking that you had received information that the student might have something that may or may not be a weapon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And despite that knowledge, you remained on the playground with multiple students.
Yes.
You allowed that child to continue playing. You allowed that child to continue playing with other children.
What should I have done?
Detain them,
You can't. How
Isolate?
am I supposed to detain him?
isolate them, evacuate the area.
An
Use
alert.
the walkie-talkie to contact the
That's not something you would put over a walkie-talkie.
You wouldn't want to share with the school that there's a suspected weapon? That's all
You
I'm saying.
wouldn't alert the entire school over walkie-talkie that there's a suspected weapon.
But you would allow a child in possession of a suspected weapon to commingle with other children.
It was my understanding that Dr. Parker had been made aware by another teacher
And,
while we were at recess.
and so you took no measures to isolate this child, to detain him,
I
to
did
search him.
not try to isolate him, no.
Rather, you prioritized disciplining another student.
It wasn't disciplining, he was eloping. And I was keeping him away from harming somebody. He was putting his hands on another student.
Right, you perceived that as an imminent threat to that student. That's why you followed that student, correct?
Because I witnessed it, yes.
And you took action on it, right?
Well, I opened the door and he ran.
And you left the playground when you did that.
I did,
And JT remained on the playground when you left,
yes,
with the other students,
yes.
with a potential firearm.
That Dr. Parker had already been made aware of.
You have received no confirmation that she received any information to that effect?
The confirmation came from my coworkers telling me that she had been made aware.
Your
I
coworkers-
spoke
your
with R.
coworkers who remained on the playground with you?
One of them, yes, but one of them was not on the playground.
Ms. West, you've testified that when you left JT on the playground, you didn't know whether or not he had a weapon.
I was not confirmed, no.
But your testimony today was that you didn't even think that he had a firearm?
No. I said it was suspected. I didn't know what it was. Once I questioned R and he told me that he had seen a weapon, and I saw how scared R was, how visibly shaken he was by the threats of harm from JT. That's what convinced me that it was a weapon.
And let's fast forward a little bit. Once you spoke to R about the reports or information he received about JT, that's when you decided to contact the administration, right?
Yes.
But you didn't go there directly.
I couldn't go there. I had a classroom full of children.
But you left them on the playground before last time.
They were
previously.
getting in line with another
You
teacher.
only leave children on the playground when you suspect one of them has a firearm?
This never
Is
happened
that the
before or
protocol that's in
since.
place? It happened on January 6th.
You are correct.
I am correct.
But there was no protocol in place for that other than report to your administrator?
There was no protocol in place.
I mean, it was report to your administrator, and it had been reported.
So meanwhile, well, you had information that a child might have a weapon. You allowed children to remain on the playground unsupervised.
Judge, objection. This question's been asked and answered numerous times at this point. Her answer's
I
not
agree.
going to change.
I can move on from this.
That objection sustained.
Thank you.
Ms. West, you testified that when you arrived on the playground, you weren't told specifically whether or not JT had a gun. Is that correct?
That's what my notes, I wrote down notes that night, and that's what my notes say.
Do you recall testifying in a deposition in this matter?
Yes,
You remember being placed under oath?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes.
Brian, if you could pull up page 73 of the August 13th, 2025 deposition.
Remind, what was the page number again? Just for my bad.
It's page 73. I'm sorry, Ms. West, page 73, if you go and direct your attention to line 19, excuse me, lines 17 to 19. You recall you were questioned, so at that moment you're out on the playground and you think John Doe has a gun. And you respond, I'm told that he does, yes.
Yes.
So your testimony under oath at the deposition preceding this trial was that Ms. Warner had reported to you that this child had, in fact, a firearm.
That's what I said then, yes.
And you were unequivocal at that stage.
I don't recall. It was an emotional time during the deposition.
I imagine it would be an emotional time on a playground when a teacher reports that a child has a gun, right?
It would, sure.
Yet you left him on the playground thinking that he had a gun and you didn't do anything.
Judge, again, I'm objecting. It's been asked and answered a few times. Thank you.
I have no further questions as well, Mr. Judge.
Before you sit down, did you show a second video clip, or was that clip that you
There
showed?
were multiple clips. I think there was.
63I was the second one.
All right.
That's correct.
That's Brian, by the way, for the transcript. All right. Redirect.
Just one question, Your Honor. Can you tell the jury who was the teacher that you understood was telling Dr. Parker while you were at recess that they thought JT had a gun on the playground?
Amy Kovac, her reading specialist.
I guess second question. Who did you think she was telling that to?
Dr. Parker.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any follow-up based on that?
One question. The reason you thought Ms. Kovac reported to Dr. Parker was because you had spoken to Ms. Kovac, correct?
I don't believe I've spoken to her. I believe I was told.
So, and you weren't present for that conversation?
No.
You had no direct knowledge whether or not she actually communicated with Dr. Parker that way?
I guess not, no.
No further questions, sir?
All right. Is she excused, or do you want her resequestered?
Your Honor, I'm fine releasing her from our subpoena. I know she has been subpoenaed by defense as well, Judge.
Okay, and you reserve the right to call her?
Just we reserve the right to call.
Okay.
Well, recording.
All right, but she can go for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. West, I'm going to release you from your testimony, from being in court today, but you are still considered a witness in the case, so you're not allowed to discuss this testimony or anything you've heard or testified to about this case with anyone, all right? And you have her number to reach her?
Your Honor, I did want to also ask that you can instruct the witnesses who are still under subpoena not to watch any coverage on TV.
Correct,
of the
yeah,
proceedings.
absolutely, and
Thank you,
obviously,
Your Honor.
no watching of any reporting of any of this until you are, if and when you are called back or released for good from this case, okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ms. West, you're free to leave. All right, next witness.
Amy Kovac.
Stand right there. Thank you very much.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing else?
I do.
Come on, have a seat.
Just watch this now.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Kovac. Can you state your name for the jury, please, and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. Amy Kovac, AMYKOVAC,
Thank you. And Ms. Kovac, can you tell the jury how are you currently employed?
with Newport News Public Schools as a reading specialist.
How long have you been employed in that fashion?
12 years now as a reading specialist, but with Newport News for 23 years, and then 10 years before in King and Queen, so 33 years
As a teacher?
as a teacher.
And you're familiar with Abby Zwerner, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How do you know her?
From Richneck Elementary.
Did you two work together?
Yes.
And Amy, I want to turn your attention to January 6, 2023. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And how were you working on that day?
So that day, we had come back from Christmas break, and the state of Virginia has growth assessment tests. And right before Christmas, we had taken the winter growth state test, and I was the proctor. We were making up students that hadn't taken it before Christmas, so that's what I was doing on that day.
Were you the only proctor that day for the testing?
I was the only proctor, but Laura Harris was the examiner, so we were together.
And do you recall how many students were testing that day?
So there were 3 groups. The first group was like some special ed students and 5th graders together. The second group was 4th, and then the last group was 3rd, and there was about no more than 10 per session.
Okay. And on that day, were you working closely with Dr. Parker while you were doing the testing?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what did that look like? What was the responsibilities?
So the responsibilities, and again, I've been in a couple of other schools since that day. Usually the AP did the testing, which would have been like preparing the testing tickets, making sure they had accommodations if they had audio and needed headphones, having a testing box for each session, which had pencils, scrap paper, things like that. And then she would have had to start the testing session from her computer. So it really probably should have all been prepared ahead of time for the most part, because when Laura and myself would come in and sign off, the folders were ready.
So you were getting the folders that had already been prepared by Dr. Parker for testing?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the jury knows, what does AP stand for?
Assistant principal.
Thank you. And was there a time that you encountered JT that day on January 6th? And we're referring to the student as JT for purposes of today.
Okay. Yes. As he was coming out of lunch, I was coming out of Dr. Parker's office because we had finished our second session, and I was heading down to my office to get ready to have lunch before we had to test again at 1 o'clock. And so as I was coming out, Abby and her class were coming from the cafeteria. I had stopped at the cross section where the bathroom is, and he saw me and he ran up to me to give me a hug. I had already been aware that he was having a difficult time at lunch.
And let me pause you right there. Can you tell me, how were you aware that he had had a difficult time at lunch?
Ms. Zwerner had come into Dr. Parker's office, and she spoke to her and told her that he had already threatened a kindergartner during lunch, and also was, I guess, being aggressive with the security officer. And I was in the office when we were turning back the tickets and seeing what time we had to test next.
So just so the jury understands, who was in the office at that time when Abby came into the office?
Dr. Parker, myself, and Laura Harris, the special ed teacher.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the interactions between Dr. Parker and Abby on that day, that morning?
So that morning, while we were in there at that time, Abby came in and was standing there like waiting to be recognized. She never was recognized by Dr. Parker. She didn't look up. She didn't look at her.
When you say she, who are you referring to?
Dr. Parker.
Thank you.
Didn't look at her. Abby did say, about the threatening the kindergartner, and already, he was aggressive kind of with the security officer. And then she left because she had to pick up her kids, and it was like 11:45.
Can you tell the jury, state whether or not you know if Dr. Parker heard Abby, Miss Zwerner, that day?
Yeah, she heard. She told me I could tell her that she could call his mom at any time to come pick him up.
So if he was continuing to act out violent, I guess what did you take that as?
Well, I took it as like if she continued to have problems, then Abby could call the mom.
But she didn't tell Abby that, and you're referring to Miss Zwerner, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't tell her that?
She did not. I did.
So when you're going to tell Abby, you encounter JT.
Correct. He came up to me. He saw me. He was happy. He saw me, ran up to me, gave me a hug. I already knew that he was being, aggressive and, wild. And so I had told him, I'm like, hey, buddy, are you having a good day? And he was like, yeah. So, okay, well, make good choices, make Mrs. Kovac proud.
And then where do you go from there?
So from there, the rest of the class was walking down, so I just waited. And then I'm heading to my office. So Abby's room is the last room on the left. There were double doors, and then my office was straight ahead in the second grade wing. So I was heading down there to have lunch before I had to test again. And at that time, 2 little girls came out of Abby's room to the doorway while I was still in the hall and told me that JT had a gun in his bag.
So what did you do at that point?
So at that point, I was like, oh, I walked in and I went straight to him. I was focused straight on him. Abby was kind of coming in and getting the kids settled from, lunch and getting ready for the next activity. I went straight to him. He was in a desk by the windows on the left side of the room, and he was like balled up in his seat, and that is not normal for him. So I pulled up a chair next to him and I was like, hey buddy, what's going on? The girls tell me you have a gun in the bag. And I said, can I have that bag? Because typically he's throwing that bag. I carry that bag. We're in and out. His mom carries the bag sometimes. So it was sitting right next to him on this desk, and he's balled up. I said, okay, can I have the bag? And he said, no one is getting that bag. That was out of character for him. And he was sitting right by it. So then he sat there quiet for a little bit, and he started talking. I was quiet. He started talking. He said, people are picking on my friend. R. I don't know if I could say his name, but anyway.
Yes, don't say any minor names. Thank you.
So he was picking on my friend R, and I was thinking to myself, ooh, you have a little friend already. But he said people are picking on him. So I told him, I said, well, let me tell you how school works. If R has a problem, he can tell his teacher, he could come tell me, he could go tell anybody. If you have a problem, you can tell me, you can tell Ms. Zwerner, you can tell an adult. And so I said, you know, we have to worry about ourselves. And so he's sitting there, and I said again, do you have a gun in that bag? And he said, no one is getting that bag. And I was like, okay. Then Ms. Zwerner called them to the carpet. He came. I came and sat right next to him. Again, the board is in the front. He sat on the corner here. I sat next to him, and he was facing that bag. And so we did the lesson, and he was still sitting there, and then he started telling me, he said, I got new shoes on, red and black Nikes. And I was like, oh, I like those. He said, but I have to go change my shoes at lunchtime because these are new. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, okay. So we did the lesson. Ms. Zwerner got up and modeled what they were doing, and she told him what they need. He said, I need scissors and a pencil. I was like, oh, buddy, you're not getting any scissors, because heaven knows what he would do with those. I said the lesson did not require any, scissors. So then I went to Ms. Zwerner.
Yes, and Ms. Kovac, let me just ask, as you're describing this, so at some point you do speak to Ms. Zwerner.
Yes, right then,
and
afterwards.
Do you tell her that you're going to go see Dr. Parker?
Yes. Well, what I told her first was, I asked her when recess was. She said in 10 minutes. I said, okay, I'm going to go and I'll come back in 10 minutes to check the bag. But at that point, as soon as I left, I went and reported to Dr. Parker that the girls had reported to me that there was a possible gun. I went and sat with him. I talked with him. I told her what I had done.
And let me pause you before we get into exactly what you told Dr. Parker. So before you go down to Dr. Parker's office, do you tell Abby that there's a concern about something at this point?
Yes.
And you advise her that you're going to find Dr. Parker and talk to her?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you tell Abby to keep an eye on him until you came back?
Yes. Well,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. So now walk the jury through. At this point, you're going back down to Dr. Parker's office. Is she still sitting at her desk?
Yes.
Okay. What do you tell her at that time?
So at that time, I go up to her and I tell her that the girls reported about a gun, that I was in there. He would not give me the bag. He was not acting normal. And so I told her that when Abby's going out to recess in like 10 minutes, that I would be back to check the bag.
And so then, Ms. Kovac, did Dr. Parker respond to you or give you any direction?
She just kind of nodded and acknowledged that that was what I was going to do.
Okay, so you let her know, I'm going to check the backpack.
Yes.
And she nodded her head.
Yes.
Okay.
She was aware.
Do you then go directly back to check the backpack?
No, because I was now waiting, for them to go to recess. Okay. So I left her office, was heading back down to my office. When I got to my office, I looked at my cell phone. Abby had texted me and said that they were now outside, but he had gone to his book bag and took something out of his book bag and put it in his jacket pocket. So,
did Abby tell you what she thought that was, or what did you think that meant?
To me, it felt like it was whatever he had, like the gun.
So what do you do once you hear that response?
So after I hear that, I go right to Abby's room and I'm checking that bag. Because again, he was acting really weird, And I checked that bag and I knew it wouldn't be there because Abby pretty much told me something he put into his jacket pocket. So I checked the bag. There was a math book in there. There was a homework book in there. There was a little Spider-Man puzzle that we had made in small group that was there. He had a gold, little coin tokens, from like Happy Meal or something. And then in the front pocket, he had a calculator. Mm-hmm. He had not been getting math in his modified schedule. And he always wanted me, when we did reading, to do something. I taught him how to write hello on the calculator upside down.
So at that time, you've searched the bag yourself.
Yes.
Do you then go back to Dr. Parker's office?
Yes, I do.
And is Dr. Parker still sitting at her desk in her office at that time?
Yes, she is.
Is there anyone else in her office?
Not that I recall.
Okay. What do you tell Dr. Parker at this time?
So again, I tell her that I went and checked the bag. I told her just what I said to you all, what was in the bag. And then I also tell her that Abby texted me that they were out at recess, that he took something from the bag and he put it in his pocket.
Did you tell her you thought it could be a gun?
I mean, I told her that I reported that it was a gun. I mean, the whole time I assumed she thought it was a gun because that's what the girls reported, and I went and reported to her.
And what did she say in response to you when you said he put it in his pocket?
She did say that, you know, well, he has little pockets, and I said he put it in his jacket pocket. And I was kind of mad, you know, and I walked away because I have testing. So I went down and went outside to check on Abby and to check on JT to see if he would come to me. At that time, when I get out there, talk to Abby, she said she overheard R, or you heard J, she overheard R say, keep your hands in your pocket. Don't take your hands out of your pocket.
So did you then go back in and tell Dr. Parker about that, what you saw the encounter on the playground?
So yes, I told her that. I also...
And let me ask you, Ms. Kovac, so you tell her that. At that point, do you stress to her that you feel like there's something in his pocket, that he has a jacket on?
Yes, I do. I feel like he did something. He took something. There's something.
And you weren't wavering in your statement to her that you thought he had something that was concerning that could be a gun?
Correct.
And when you go to testing, do you let Dr. Parker know, I'm going to testing, and Dr. Parker says, okay, and does she respond to you? Do you feel like at that point she's going to deal with the situation while you go to testing?
Well, I felt like the whole time she would have dealt with the situation. She was sitting right there by her phone.
So did you think she was dealing with the situation?
I did until nothing happened when
At the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, nothing had happened up to that point. You know what I mean? And then I did have state testing. So she is my boss. You know, I went and did state testing.
And once you went to go do state testing, is she relieved from her duties at that point with state testing?
For the most part, unless like a computer won't start or something, she'll reset it on her computer. But again, it's like a push of a button. And then when we bring the testing papers back, we usually sign them off, and then she'll do whatever she needs to do to get them to say that we're done. I'm not really sure of that part. But we never made it back that day for the third testing to turn in the papers.
So what did you understand the protocol was on that day when you...
Report to administrator.
And who did you report it to?
Dr. Ebony Parker, several times.
And when you went to go do testing, you left that information with Dr. Parker, correct?
Correct. That was all before testing.
Okay.
Of the last group. We had already done 2 sets before lunch.
And when you're in testing, at that time, you don't see Dr. Parker again or Ms. Zwerner, do you?
No.
Okay. Not until the end of the day?
Yes, not until 2 o'clock.
Did you feel any assurances after you searched JT's backpack?
No. Again, he was acting so weird.
And did you tell Dr. Parker that?
Yes. Like, he was curled up. He likes to talk. So usually, you know, he'd be talking or running around. That bag, we carry it around, you know. His mom usually brings it in that week. She was bringing it in, getting settled. That was a week without, you know, mom attending school or dad attending school with him. And so I checked in on him. I checked in on Abby several times the days that he was there.
So when you're talking to her, do you feel that you explained to Dr. Parker that you feel this is a serious threat?
I thought so.
Okay. You were very clear that you kept going back to look and do things.
Yes.
And when you went to go testing, you told Dr. Parker at that point, he's still at recess.
Yes.
And he has a jacket on.
Yes. And then I went outside to check to see if he would come to me. And again, I told Abby, you can call the mom at any time.
But at that time, he's not acting out or misbehaving.
No, he was behind the rock wall. I thought he would come to me.
Okay. So we
had his hands in
get
his
to
pocket.
the end of the day, and do you hear a gunshot or sound of something that sounds like a gun?
Yes.
So Laura and I had finished testing. We had been sending the kids down the hall as they finished. At 2 o'clock, both of us were walking down the hall, had left her room, which is in the second grade wing across from mine. So we came through there's like double doors. And at that point, I heard that gunshot, and instinctively, I walked into that room. As I come in the door, Abby's on this side. I see blood on her leg. So I knew she was hit. I wasn't really sure. On this side, I see Jen open the door, the kids screaming and running out. I felt like I had a bubble of God around me, and I walked straight to him. He was standing there with his legs kind of spread open, arms crossed and cocky. And when I got to him, I didn't say anything. I took his wrist because I knew he shot with his left hand. I walked to Abby's desk where her phone was. I put him in between my legs, put my arms around him. I picked up the phone to call 911. Remembered you have to hit 911 to get out. I asked if this was 911. They said yes. I said, this is Richneck. A teacher's been shot. I have the shooter. Send help.
So, Amy, I'd like to read what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 4, please. And can you share it with the jury this time, please?
Objection to publishing this?
Pardon me?
This was-
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you. And this is what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 4. We will be asking to have that submitted to your honor. If we can, play that, please. And Amy, can you see it in front of you?
Oh, yeah.
So Amy, who are you in this photo?
I'm on the
This
left
this
side
video?
in like the red and black with
Okay.
the short hair.
Thank you. And you're walking under a sign that says leaving second grade. What hallway is that?
Second grade hallway.
Is that the first grade hallway you're walking into?
Yes.
If we can continue playing that. And if the jury can pay attention, there is a boy coming out of a classroom. Do you know whose classroom that is, Miss Kovac? Is that Miss West's classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And right now, what did you hear?
At that point, when I turned around, that's when we heard the gunshot.
Okay, you'll continue playing it. And who is that just came out of the classroom, if you know? Walking in the opposite direction, not across the hall, but down the hall.
I think.
Is that Miss Zwerner?
Did she go? I'm sorry. I
It's
didn't
okay,
see
it's
it.
okay.
But yes, she left as soon as the kids were on my right side and she was on my left.
And she
And
was
I was
facing-
facing him as I go into the door.
Okay, if you can continue playing that.
And I think the other one running out is Laura, because she originally had gone into the empty room next door. But when I walked in, I knew Laura would have Abby. Like I knew she was hurt, and I knew Laura was right there with me.
Thank you. Dr. Parker was going to address the situation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any cross-examination?
This one, thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rick.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Hogan, can you come up to the lectern, please?
Sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Kovac, you've been working at Richneck for quite some time at the time that this incident happened, correct?
Yes, that was my 5th year.
And at Richneck, you had several roles. You
My
wore
role-
several different hats there when you were working there?
So my role was as reading specialist, which is a support person for the teachers to really get the best practices. If I had other roles, part of my job description is to do other duties as deemed by the administration.
One of those roles included being third in the chain of command in the crisis team, correct?
Correct. I just recently saw that my name was all over that. Teachers do not get that crisis plan. Usually there's a PD done by the administration at the beginning of the school year.
And as the third in command at an elementary school, that would mean that the superiors above you would be the assistant principal and the principal, correct?
Correct.
So in their absence, that would mean that you would take charge and responsibility for the operations of the school.
With this administration and with the administration the year before, if I was third in command, they always left the number that if there was an emergency or a concern to call the principal at McIntosh, which is right across the street at Jefferson and Richneck.
Kovac, I want to focus on the day of the incident. You gave you a hug, right?
Yes, at the leaving lunch.
The beginning of lunch? Or
No,
was
at the
there-
end, at the end of lunch.
So right at the end of lunch, he comes up, gives you a big hug.
Yes,
But at that stage, you have received information from Miss Zwerner.
that he was in the cafeteria, yes.
Right. Well, prior to that, you were present when Miss Zwerner came and spoke to Dr. Parker.
Correct.
And at that stage, Miss Zwerner spoke to Dr. Parker and let him know that he was misbehaving. very
Correct.
much. And your testimony was that she didn't even look up.
Correct.
There was no response whatsoever.
No response. I thought it was rude.
You thought that it was rude. You agree that Laura Hare was present, right?
Correct.
She also witnessed what happened, right?
Correct.
Do you recall? Let's back up.
Okay.
Just to understand your testimony today, Ms. Kovac,
Today, my testimony today?
just to be clear,
Yes.
you were testifying that Dr. Parker did not respond whatsoever.
She
when
did
Abby
not
said-
look up from her computer and say anything. She told me that I could tell Abby to call his mom and mom could come pick him up at any time.
And you recall that on this day, this is when annual testing was going on,
Correct.
right?
It was makeup testing. So it was not the whole school. It was not all the small groups. It was just 3 small groups to do makeup.
At the time Ms. Zwerner came into Dr. Parker's office, Dr. Parker was on her computer, correct?
She was sitting at it, yes.
Right, and the computer faces the door, so the screen faces the door.
Does it face the door? No, the door was here. She was here and the computer's here.
So she was not facing who would come through the front door,
I came through the office door.
but she would not be facing you when you entered that.
I sat like, she was right here.
Understood. Miss Warner, when she came in, that encounter was very brief.
Yes.
She didn't linger. She didn't have a conversation. She
No.
was just in and out.
Correct, because Dr. Parker didn't look up at her, didn't acknowledge her, and she had to go get her kids. It was time that lunch had ended. She came in and reported that, he was threatening a kindergartner and then being like ornery with the security officer.
At that stage, she didn't report any threat of a firearm at that stage. A firearm, weapon, ammunition, nothing.
I'm not, at that moment, no. We
Correct.
did not know about a firearm or anything at that moment.
Right. The first time you learned about that was from 2 little girls who came out of her classroom?
Correct. They
And-
knew I was one of his teachers on the modified schedule.
And when you received that information, you interviewed those children? You spoke with them?
I spoke with them. I was like, okay. And I walked into that room.
Did you do any follow-up investigation with the children?
Not with the children. I went right to him
You
to
didn't-
do some kind, see what he could say and do and
So-
try and get that bag.
And so you had information that from these 2 children
Correct.
that you did not speak to.
I
You
did speak to. They
me
spoke
be-
to me and I
You're
spoke
correct.
back.
You're correct. You didn't follow up to confirm the basis of their
I tried to
information.
follow up by getting that bag to see what was in it and talk to him and see what was going on.
So your focus was to go after that bag, right?
Yes, and him.
And
See
you-
what was going on.
Right. You had just been warned that this small child might have a firearm in an elementary school classroom. So you took immediate action, right?
Correct.
And you went directly to him,
Correct.
right? And you sit down next to him, right?
Correct.
And you're within at least arm's reach, right?
Yes, but
You sat right beside him.
he was here, and I sat next to him. He was balled up. I wanted him to talk to see exactly what was going on.
And the backpack, he wasn't holding it.
No, it was on the side, but he had his body close to it.
So the backpack was next to him,
Correct.
right? And you were next to him as well.
Correct.
And you're the third in command of that school, correct?
Not really, only when they're absent. I am not an administrator. I am a teacher with a specialized degree and certification in reading.
You're also not a 6-year-old child.
No, not at this time.
No, and so when you needed to, you've confiscated contraband from children before?
No.
Never. Never as a teacher have you ever confiscated any material from a student.
I mean, papers, homework, something out of their book bag, like money if the parents sent it in, picture day.
Don't elementary school teachers, aren't they in and out of school bags all the time?
Correct.
Right? That's pretty routine.
Again, we did not, knowing JT, his behavior, his actions, and the other children being in the room, I was not going to cause hysteria. I did what I did. I sat there trying to help him based on that relationship, and then I went and reported. And I can't help what somebody else did not do.
And before you did that,
Correct. Go ahead.
when you were sitting next to that child,
Correct.
you could have just reached on over and
I
grabbed
could
it back.
have, but I can't turn back and do anything that I did not do back then,
Right.
in retrospect.
In retrospect. In hindsight, you're not able to go back and change
Correct.
that decision.
Correct.
But you could have easily. Especially,
I don't know. I mean, I was trying to protect the children.
you were concerned about being overpowered by a 6-year-old child.
Correct. If you knew him, you would be too.
Were you concerned about being out? Oh, you're
Huh?
indicating that he was a threat?
It,
Did you fear?
not me. I did not fear him. We had a good relationship, him and I. But he is very wild. Administration used to let him talk on the walkie and run around in the office.
Didn't he hug you all the time and smile at you?
Sometimes, depending on his mood and what set him off on the school bus. With
Weren't
any
you-
child.
Weren't you also closely involved in his students' selection plan, student success plan?
I was.
The facilitator.
So, the year before, Dr. Parker did not do her job. That was
That's not the question I
That
asked
was
you.
her job. I took over
Ms.
that
Kovac-
year.
Ms.
Hold on.
Kovac, Ms. Kovac, I've asked you a specific question.
Your Honor, I object to the student success plan. That's beyond scope of direct.
All right. Are you intending to get into that?
I think that I'm exploring her relationship with this student, and so I don't intend to go into the details of that plan, but it will still establish and give context for the jury to understand what's going on.
Right, I've allowed you to ask her whether or not she was involved with that, and she said yes, so I won't let you dig into any more than that.
Understood.
But at that point, I'll allow that, that's it.
And I would just, on the record, also object to the relevancy of the January 6th date of offense on this, but I understand.
And I think he's going for the link up with the relationship, and I'll allow you to explore the relationship, but that's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
But whether in that role, as a reading specialist, otherwise at the school, you had experience dealing with children and having to discipline them.
As a regular classroom teacher, and then, if I'm in the classroom, part of my job is co-teaching or modeling.
And when you're doing that, you also have to discipline students occasionally. If they become
Correct.
disruptive, if they don't listen to you.
Correct. So usually I would follow the teacher's, behavior plan and the consequences because the teacher is the one in charge. Sometimes I would pull the kids and just talk to them, see what's going on. A lot of times, there's different things that happen. They might be mad at another person because they looked at them, or they come from home upset. So yes, I've done discipline based on the teacher's plan, and when I was a teacher, based on my plan.
And throughout all that experience, you've searched numerous backpacks.
No, not really. Only if the parent had pretty much said, there's money in there, there's a library book in there, their homework is in there, it hasn't been turned in.
If you ever suspected that they had something that didn't belong to them, you would just tell them, go get me that book bag. You get that book bag, right?
It depends on what the situation was. In this situation, I did not feel comfortable because I did not know what his reaction would be.
Well, when you were speaking to JT, isn't it true you thought, if anything, he had a toy gun?
That was my own personal thoughts, and I told that to HR. I never told it to Parker because I would not put it past him. But just like any public school, we take children how they come, and we do not know what their home life is like.
You said you wouldn't put it past him. You mean JT?
JT, correct.
You think that he set you up?
I feel looking back, he did set me up or somebody
I'm
up.
gonna object to the relevancy of that question.
Right, and what's the relevance of that?
The relevancy is, I think it's conditionally relevant, Judge, and I can lay the foundation for this. I
Okay.
can
All right, I'll withhold a ruling if you can lay some foundation.
specifically, Ms. Kovac, you've testified that when you were speaking to JT and you were in Ms. Warner's classroom,
Correct.
you had, at that stage, sitting next to that child, received a report that he might have a potentially deadly weapon on him, right?
Correct.
And with that knowledge, your next step was to ask for his permission to search his backpack, right?
But if he had a gun in there, I wasn't going to take that out.
You said, no, you would leave it there and continue to teach a lesson in front of those students.
I sat with them in there, with him away from his book bag.
And then you go and you speak to Abby, Miss
I
Warner.
go to, yes, to ask her when recess is, yes.
Right.
And then I leave there and I go and report.
But before that happens, JT tells you, Miss Kovac,
Yeah,
I have some shoes that I need for recess.
correct,
I need to get into that backpack later. He tells you that.
correct.
At that stage, and you have that knowledge, you know that he might have a deadly weapon in that backpack. He has told you he intends to access that backpack, and you leave the room, correct?
I leave the room, but I did not think about him having those shoes in the bag. That was in retrospect after all of this has happened.
You didn't think about that because you were tricked.
I was focused on him.
He set you up. is what
That's
you-
how I felt
Judge,
in
I'm gonna
retrospect.
object. A 6-year-old, I think we've already gone over this in the past, can't have the intent here. We're talking about setting her up. It's out of,
Your Honor, I can
But
respond.
No, it was her words, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
it was the attorney's words to her, Judge.
And
but-
she agreed, so go ahead.
You're telling the jury that you were tricked by a 6-year-old child.
He did not trick me. I thought of that on my own several weeks
All
after.
by yourself, you
Correct.
thought that up. Very good.
Correct, in retrospect. And his mother also, because she carries the book bag in. So I don't know what he was thinking.
And after you leave Mrs. Warner in the classroom, you left to go to testing, right?
No, I left to go to Dr. Parker.
That's correct. That's correct. You went and spoke to Dr. Parker. You let her know some of the information that you'd received. And then later you went and go and you speak to Mrs. Warner, right?
So I went back to my office and I got my phone, and Miss Warner had texted me to say that they were now outside. And again, I left my office. I went to Miss Warner's room. I checked his bag, but she had texted me that he took something from his bag and put it in his pocket. After I checked the bag, I went back to Dr. Parker,
Ms.
and
Kovac,
I told her.
I want to focus on the text messages. You said that at some stage Ms. Warner texted you and let you know that before recess, JT might have removed something from the backpack.
No. She texted me while they were heading out right after. And by the time I got that text, that's when I texted her and said, I'm going to check the bag. And then I went back to Dr. Parker.
And later you receive a text from Ms. Warner while she's on the playground, right?
That was the text I'm talking about.
Right, and it indicates, I think I saw JT remove something from that backpack, right?
Correct.
The backpack that you left in the classroom, right? The classroom full of children, right?
I left it there, correct?
You did leave it there, as well as Mrs. Warner with those children as well.
And again, those were the actions that we did that day, and I can't go back and change anything.
But if you could,
No, it's not a
And
but
I'm
if I
gonna
could.
Objection, Your Honor, about what she could do.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
not.
gonna sustain that.
information.
That's fine, Judge.
Your Honor, I need to strike the comment from counsel.
All right, and I'm going to, we talked about the limiting instruction that I'm gonna give the jury after this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Kovac, I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as Defense Exhibit 85. Brian, can you pull it up? Don't publish to the jury yet, please. Ms. Kovac, please read those silently to yourself. The first page there, do you recognize these documents?
The text message?
Yes. If you look at the top one, you see
Yes.
there it says Amy Kovac,
Yes.
and the recipient there, that number, this belongs to Ms. Abby Zwerner, correct?
Correct.
Do you recognize these are the text messages that you exchanged on January 6th, around the time that she was out on the playground, right?
And there's only one line, but yes.
Well, there's 2 pages. There's page 2 and page 3 as well. Do you see that?
They're black.
We can fix that for you. Brian, is there an issue? Judge, I think we might have technical issues here, but I can move on to a separate related exhibit. Ms. Kovac, you said that at some stage you went out onto the playground,
Correct.
right? And you actually spoke to Ms. Werner,
Correct.
right? I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 64A. Please don't publish to the jury yet. Ms. Kovac, let me know when you see it on the display there.
Yes.
Right, and Ms. Kovac, do you recognize this? Is this the playground outside of Richneck Elementary School?
Yes, is the
Okay.
primary one.
Brian, could you start the clip so that you can see what happens? I'm just going to ask you to pay attention to who comes out from the right corner. If you could pause, Brian. Do you recognize the students that came out onto the playground at that stage? Ms.
I mean,
Kovac?
you can't see their faces.
Let's see.
They're first graders.
Sure. Brian, if you could continue playing the clip, please. All right, that individual who just came out, that's Ms. Werner, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this would have been when her class just went out to recess, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that would have been probably around 12:20 was the testimony today, correct?
I'm not really sure what time it was. I mean, it was 2.5 years ago.
At this moment, if you could pause, Brian. Ms. Werner's the only adult there on the playground, right?
Correct, with her class.
And this is after you had been in her classroom, correct?
Yes.
And this was after you had let her know that you had information that this child might have a firearm in his backpack, correct?
Correct.
While she's on the playground, she ends up texting you, and that's when she indicates that she saw him before recess remove something from the backpack and potentially
Correct.
put it on his
I
person.
mean, I guess she was on the playground when she texted me. My phone was in the office. So when I returned to the office, after being in Dr. Parker's office, reporting about what was in the book bag and what was not, then I went back to my office. So I did not look at the time as to when she reported, but it had to have been after, they got, because she reported he took something from his backpack.
Understood. Just a moment. Yeah. The full version? Sure. Ms. Kovac, please turn your attention to the screen. We'll continue playing. Your Honor, could I have permission to publish to the jury?
Any objection?
We don't have the preview on our screen, so I don't know what he's asking to publish.
I don't either.
You didn't see the video he was playing?
Oh, if that's what we're talking about, then we have no
I believe
objection.
so.
I think there's an issue on our end.
Right, 64A. Correct.
Judge, could I take, with the court's permission, could I take a brief recess? I think I'm having issues with the exhibits.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, we'll take a short break, folks. Let's say 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll be back here in testimony at 3 o'clock. Okay, so let's take 10 minutes for now, hopefully.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, court will be in a brief recess, and.
back in session. You may be seated.
All right. I just need to admonish. I know everyone knows what we've talked about before, and it was a mistake. But obviously, we're using initials for anyone under the age of 18. I know it was a mistake, and just want to admonish everyone again. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Great. All right. Everything's up and running, and were we picking up at Exhibit 64A, or are we moving
We'll
on?
move on to an alternative exhibit, Judge.
All right, very well. Go ahead.
Please rise for the jury. Not jurors in the box.
All right, we're gonna pick off where we left off. We have fixed our difficulties.
Ms. Kovac,
Yes.
where we left off, we were still on the playground.
Yes.
January 6, 2023, you had spoken to Ms. Warner. She was now on the playground. You were in communication with her through text message. And at some stage, you went out onto the playground to speak to her.
Correct.
Ms. Kovac, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 64F from the defense. You can see it on your display. 64F. Ms. Kovac, do you recognize that display? It's at the playground for Richneck.
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, 64F admitted and published.
Ms. Kovac, I'm just going to play this portion and ask you some questions about it. So if you could pause now, Brian. The two folks you see there on the background, that's you, Ms. Warner,
Correct.
and you're out there conversing on the playground, right?
Correct.
All right. And you're facing the other students who are there present on the playground.
Correct, I think, or my head is turned towards her. I'm not sure.
You're speaking to each other, and you're discussing the possibility that JT might have a weapon.
I was telling her that she could call the mom at any time and to see if he would come over to me, asking her where he was.
Right. And then after you finish speaking with her, you leave the playground, right?
Correct, because I had to go test.
You had to go test,
State test, yes.
right? They were state mandated tests
Correct.
that require strict compliance.
Correct.
And you prioritized that over confirming whether or not there was a firearm on this child.
I had already told the assistant principal several times, thinking she would do action because I was getting ready to go test and did not have my phone.
I'm going to show you clip 64G from the defense. That should appear on your display shortly. Can you see it?
No. Now I can.
Brian, can you play the clip? Permission to publish to the jury, Judge.
Any objection?
Oh, sorry, no objection, Your Honor. Thank
You may. Published and admitted.
Brian, can you play the clip, please? That's you and Miss Warner walking back towards the building. And if you could pause, Brian. There's You're walking just normally. There's no urgency, right? It's just a casual pace.
I mean, I was walking, I just had my knee replaced then.
You weren't hustling back into the building to report directly to the administration,
I had already reported several times.
and you were walking back to the building, right?
I was for
With
testing.
your back facing these children who are on the playground.
My back is not towards them right now in this video.
But when you're in the building, you're not out there with the children, right?
No, I was not.
Ms. Kovac, do you remember after the shooting happens, you spoke with law enforcement?
Correct.
And you told us folks that when you were speaking to Mrs. Warner on the playground, you told her that you thought, if anything, JT had a toy gun.
I do not recall that.
Your Honor, I would ask you, I'm going to play Defense Exhibit 57A8, which has been marked for identification. It should appear on your display, Ms. Kovac, and I'm going to ask if you recognize this.
What number again is it?
It's 57A8, Your Honor. Oh, excuse. Oh, okay. 57, let's switch to 57A10.
You want me just to pause it so that you can establish?
That's fine. We can do 57A8.
57A. Is that correct?
You're not putting it on the jury yet, you're refreshing. Are you about to put on?
You're right.
So I would object to put it
No, you're right. You're right.
on. Okay.
Sorry. Ms. Kovac, would it refresh your recollection to review your interview with law enforcement?
I have not reviewed that. I know after the shooting, I went into pretty much shock at that time, so yes. I've not seen it or heard it. The only thing I've seen is one body cam when the police were coming in on us.
Ms. Kovac, after this event happened, after this tragedy happened, after you spoke to law enforcement, after everything else we talked about, you reached out to Dr. Parker.
After the shooting,
Do you remember texting her and wishing her well?
I don't truly remember that.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay.
All right, you're asking her about a text that she sent, that this witness sent?
Yes, but it wouldn't be offered for the truth.
All right. All right. She sent it, so
Okay, is
he's
it
not
a-
asking for a response.
Are you showing, I'm trying to show.
Brian,
Am I
can you
correct?
pull-
You just want to show her text?
I'll show this to the
Okay.
witness as well as counsel, and they can see it.
Okay, so the objection's overruled, just that portion, anything she texted, if she can identify it.
Brian, can you pull up Exhibit 119P131, please? Exhibit 119-P131. Ms. Kovac, do you see that on your display?
Yes.
Please take time to review that.
You want me to read it out loud?
No, read it to yourself.
Oh.
And I'll focus your attention on the third text down. This document that you're looking at,
Mm-hmm.
do you recognize this as a text message you sent to Dr. Parker?
I think it was in the group text.
Group
No.
text, and you can see Ebony
Yeah, I
Parker
see
says
it.
And the date is,
I
this is in January of 2023, after the incident, correct?
correct. I mean, I'm a kind person.
And permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Any objection to just, I guess, her text?
And, Your Honor, I would object to this text. I think certainly the entirety should not come in because of hearsay, Your Honor, but then when you send just her text, I do feel that it's out of context. I would object to having that come in. I don't see how that's relevant to what happened on the January 6th.
All right.
So what she sent after when she said she's in shock.
All right, so your objection is relevance.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'm overruling that, and they've now brought up just her text. So I'm gonna overrule that objection, and you may publish.
Ms. Kovac,
Yes.
have we published? This is 2 days after the incident,
Yes.
and you're sending a message to Dr. Parker, quote, "You are an amazing person and educator."
And that is true. She
No
got her
one-
doctorate.
No one could have predicted this. That's what you told her.
Meaning a 6-year-old would bring a gun to school premeditated to shoot his teacher.
No one would have predicted that. And you were telling her the truth then, right?
I've been telling
what
the
you did.
truth the whole time.
So you agree here in court today, no one could have predicted this?
Judge, I'm going to object to it. No one.
Yeah, I'm going to
Yeah.
sustain that objection.
No further questions of the witness, Judge?
All right, thank you. All right, any redirect? All right, no redirect. All right, is she under your subpoena as well?
Yes, just making sure that text was entered into.
Yeah, I did. Yep, I admitted it. All right, so do you want her released for the day?
Release for the day, Your Honor.
All right, and-
we'll let her know if we need her.
Okay.
to get in our case.
All right, so you're still technically a witness, but I'm not going to keep you here for the next 8 days. So you are going to be free to go, but do not discuss your testimony or anything about this case with anyone or listen to or hear about any of the coverage, okay?
Okay.
All right, they'll let you know if you are released or needed back here.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. All right, who is your next witness?
Dr. Alan Chap, Your Honor, and he is in the witness room.
All right. And is this an expert witness? All right, has there been any,
Controversy.
what's that?
There's no controversy with regard to this.
Okay, I was going to say, I didn't recognize that name as anyone we had previously discussed. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I told you this at the very beginning of the trial. I know I said a lot of things at the beginning of the trial, but I just want to remind you that statements by attorneys or the court during any evidentiary arguments, as you've heard, we're not going to make you get up and leave every time we do that, because we'd never get this done, are not evidence and should not be considered as evidence. They are just legal arguments for the parties, okay? Thank you very much.
Witness has not been sworn, Your Honor. Has not.
All right. Stop there and raise your right hand for me. Thank you.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right. Have a seat over here for me.
Come on, Krista. Come on, man, just watch your step, okay? Good afternoon, Doctor. We're close to the promised time to get on the stand, I hope. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your full name, please?
So, my name is Alan Chap.
And you are a doctor?
Yes.
Can we go through briefly your medical educational background so the jury can understand why you're here today?
Yes.
Where did you go to med school?
University of Cincinnati.
And when did you graduate from University of Cincinnati?
2008.
And after you left Cincinnati in 2008, I take it you've been working in the medical field?
Correct.
Do you have a specialty?
Surgical critical care and trauma surgery.
Surgical?
Critical care.
Could you explain to the jury what surgical critical care is?
So, critical care is when we take the people that have, life-threatening illnesses, life-threatening injuries, that go to the intensive care unit. My job is to take care of them.
What is the difference between an emergency room doctor where people come in by ambulance and what you do in the surgical critical care field?
So the emergency room doctors are the ones that see the injuries or illnesses initially, do the diagnosis, do the workup that needed, and then we come in as consultants once they figure out that this is something that needs our expertise.
And that expertise being surgical necessity.
Yes.
Now, after you graduated from Cincinnati, where did you go work in the field of surgical critical care?
Well, I did surgery residency and surgical critical care fellowship at Eastern Virginia. medical
when did you
school.
finish that?
2013.
And after 2013, did you continue your education or you go to
I
work?
worked afterwards.
Tell us where you went to work.
So initially it was in right outside Durham, North Carolina. I had a hospital down there, and then I was in private practice for another 2 years, and then I came back to I started at Riverside as a critical care and trauma surgeon, and I've been there for 7 years.
So you have been at Riverside Hospital as a critical care surgical doctor for 7 years.
That's correct.
At this time, and your specialty is surgical critical care?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to tender Dr. Chap as an expert in the field of surgical critical care.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted and acknowledged.
Now, Doctor, before I ask you about your particular testimony here with regard to Abigail Zwerner, did I show you and prepare, based on the medical records, an anatomical illustration showing what happened to Ms. Werner?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Record, seen it? And let me ask you if this is in fact that medical illustration, and would it help you describe to the jury what happened for purposes of your care of her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to have permission. I'll leave one up there, but it's going to show up on your screen. Permission to publish it to the jury?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection.
MV11?
I'm sorry, what number is that given?
MV11, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
Looks a little bit different on mine. Now, you see what on your screen?
Yes.
You can see it as well. I want to go over, if we could first, upon arrival at the hospital, could you tell us what were, and I believe it's in the upper left-hand corner, and I think, with a little luck, I can show you on your screen. Do you see the red?
I do.
Congratulations. Could you go through and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were your concerns upon her arriving under your care?
So the first time I met the patient, the medics brought her in, and you could tell that she was anxious, diaphoretic or sweating. When she was hooked up to the monitors, her blood pressures were dangerously low, her oxygen levels were low. She was complaining of chest pain, she was complaining of trouble breathing.
Well, let's go through some of the terminology that's used in this record, which is in the medical records given to you. What does hypotensive mean?
It means that her blood pressure is low.
And when you say blood pressure is low, what does that indicate to someone in your field, surgical specialist?
Well, with a traumatic injury, like I worry about that she's bleeding from somewhere.
All right. What does hypoxic mean?
It means she's not getting enough oxygen, or her oxygen levels are low.
And I take it you measure that, and there's a certain critical level where low is a danger to someone like Abigail Zwerner.
Correct.
Lightheaded, chest pain, all of those things. Let's talk about the last one. Tachycardia. What does that mean to the jury?
Her heart rate is high.
Now, this is how she arrives in your care initially with diagnoses.
Yes, sir.
And what do you do with regard to stabilizing her upon her arrival at Riverside?
So every time you meet a trauma patient, you want to make sure that she can, basically what we call is protect her airway. So if she's breathing, or does she need support, and she did need a face mask for additional oxygen. You check to make sure, you look at her blood pressure, and with her blood pressure being low, we start to figure out where why her blood pressure is low. Is she bleeding from somewhere?
I take it there was a bullet hole in her body that was evident
Yes.
to you?
Yes.
Do you all do scans and x-rays as well for purposes of trying to zero in where the damage is?
Yes, you do a chest X-ray in what we call the trauma bay, or initial resuscitative room.
I want to start using this diagram by first going to the bottom right-hand corner, which is the anterior skeletal view. And tell us, sorry, I'm not professional in this one, it's a little wide. Tell us what this is and what are we looking at for purposes of Abigail Zwerner's injury.
So you're looking at basically the bone in the front is the sternum, and then she's got ribs on either side. You can see her, since you're looking straight on it, it's her left shoulder, and you can see the bullet wound right underneath her left shoulder, or we call it the axilla or armpit.
And that is a broken rib, if I'm not mistaken, on the fracture of the left fourth rib?
Yes.
Now, let's go to the center and explain to the jury what we're looking at first, describing the bullet entrance for purposes of her body and what was going on here in this diagram.
So the bullet wound was it's in her left axilla or armpit. It went into her chest. You could see that by the going through the rib, and basically it's gone into the chest wall, and then through the lung, and that basically sits right next to her backbone. The bullet.
I'm going to again try to tell us, is this here, this circle that I'm around, tell me what that is?
That's like a cross section of her heart.
And what is the pointed area there that looks like a silver piece?
That's a bullet fragment.
Okay, and that would be the remnants of the bullet that entered her body?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to shift from that diagram for a second into the bottom left. Describe for the jury what we're looking at here as it relates to the center diagram that shows the bullet entry ruined into her lung. Are we looking at her spinal column there?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that, again, the same bullet fragment that entered from the center diagram?
Yes.
Now, what does that mean to you as a surgeon? Can we go into someone like Abigail Zwerner urgently and remove that? Is that something that you would do immediately, or would you not do it? What's the diagnosis, and how do you get through it?
I would not take that bullet out initially, no.
All right, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why layman's got a bullet, get the bullet out. Tell me why you don't do it as a surgical in someone in Abigail Zwerner's condition.
Well, it's too much important structures around it, nerves, bones, muscles, large blood vessels that you could cause more damage.
Well, as you sit here and look at the diagram and you see the bullet close to the spinal column and close to her, obviously through her lungs, what is it that you do to help stabilize her with a bullet that's remaining in her body?
So what happened to her is that you can see the bullet track, and what happens is it goes through the chest wall into her lung, basically what we call a pulmonary contusion or a large bruise and a laceration. And then what happens is that air from the lung and the chest wall fills up between the lung and the chest and actually compresses the lung. Blood also gets into that area, and that makes it dangerous because she won't be able to breathe. If it pushes on the heart, her heart will stop. And so what she needed was a chest tube that goes between the chest wall and the lung to pull that blood out, to pull that air out.
All right, so let's talk about the air and the blood. How does that form after a bullet hole goes through the lung? Is that just your body bleeding?
It's your body bleeding, and then think about when you take a breath, the air that's supposed to stay in the lung and you back exhale it, the air that you breathe in is going to go between, now that she has a hole in her lung, between the chest and the lung itself.
And so what is the danger of, why doesn't the air and the blood just drain out?
Well, it's trapped in the chest.
And what is it that you do for purposes of putting a tube in for purposes of relieving that problem?
So you actually make you want the procedure?
Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah,
and then explain to the jury what exactly
so you have
what you are
to.
doing.
So basically, in the emergency room, you have to make an incision kind of right below her nipple line because that's where the injury is. That's where the space will be, and you insert a plastic tube, which is called a chest tube, and hook it up to suction, and that will pull the blood and the air out and allow the lung to re-expand.
Do you do that and leave it in, or do you take it out? Tell me what happens after you put in the tube.
So we leave it in because we need to, verify that the blood has been drained, and we need to verify what we call the lung re-expanding or coming up. So.
All right, I'm going to talk to you about the white box under the yellow box. I'm not about to say those words out loud. Tell us what we're talking about, what was wrong with her as you point to the left lung.
So the left lung, the words in the left lung basically mean that the top part, there's two lobes of your left lung. The top part had an injury because of the bullet called a laceration. The contusion part is the damage that the bullet, makes as it goes through, like a big, basically contusion means bruise, but she's got a large bruise around that laceration. And this atelectasis is basically a term for her lung to collapse.
And did her lung collapse?
Yes.
And when it collapses, how does it come back to normal?
It has to be intervened on with this tube. Yes.
And that will then bring it back up to a normal breathing for as long as you have that tube there.
Yes.
Now let me take you to the upper right-hand corner, and I believe that this is an X-ray taken on the day of the shooting, and you will see the yellow arrows and white dots in her left lung. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those signify? This is an actual X-ray, correct?
That's correct.
Tell us what we're looking at here on Abigail Zwerner on the January 6th. What are those?
So the arrow toward the middle of the screen is the bullet fragment.
Here?
Yes.
All right.
And then the two arrows on the left. Excuse me. I'm saying left because that's
Am
the
I
left.
circling
That's
the right one?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's her left side because the X-rays you're
Yeah.
looking straight at it. So the arrows on her left side, you show different. You show more fragments. You show air in her inner tissues there, and then also the arrow on the bottom shows the rib fracture.
All right, so what is it? What are we looking at when you say air? What do we see that we would know as laymen that that's air? I know you would know what it is, but what are we looking at for purposes of showing that there's air there?
If you just to clarify, if you were looking at
Like,
her,
what is it there that tells you that there's air in her lung? Just the cloudiness?
yeah. So the cloudiness, and then if you actually look at the bottom part of the lung, you can see how that side of the lung is a lot down further. It's a lot I call larger or longer than the one on the right side.
Gotcha.
That means that air has gotten into the chest wall.
And got trapped.
Yes.
Now, let's go to the centered bullet fragment here. This is the same fragment that we saw earlier that is next to the spinal cord.
Yes.
How close is that bullet fragment to the heart of Abigail Zwerner at the time that she is in the Riverside?
Oh, a few centimeters. Yeah.
And could you, with your hand, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a few centimeters?
Something like that. Yeah.
And why is it that you can't go in and remove that bullet fragment?
Because anytime you would try to get to that area, there'd be too much things that you could damage and make it worse.
And when there is a bullet fragment 2 centimeters away from the aorta, what's the danger if that bullet fragment moves?
It could be into anything. It'd be the aorta could bleed.
And if a bullet fragment gets into the aorta?
Yeah, it's significant life-threatening bleeding.
Would you consider Abigail Zwerner's injuries at that time when you were treating her at Riverside Hospital to be critical?
Yes.
And are all of the things that you treated her for as a result of this bullet injury on January 6th causally related to because of the bullet?
Yes.
Now let me talk about what you did after you helped her lung get back to breathing, did an assessment. What kind of doctors did you recommend to be brought in? I'm not going through in detail with you because we have orthopedic surgeons tomorrow with regard to her hand.
Right.
But obviously she had a bullet injury to her hand. What did you do? You're not an orthopedic surgeon. Did you bring in a team to do that?
Yes.
Do you remember who it is that came in?
Dr. Anderson.
Right. And what is the difference between what Dr. Anderson does as an orthopedic surgeon for the hand injuries versus what you do in the critical care? Is it just focused on the hand?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not he had brought in an extra doctor to assist him with the injuries to the hand?
Not at the time, but I did later.
Did later. Now, with regard to the bullet fragment near the aorta, was a doctor brought in to assist with that as well?
Not at the time, no.
Was another doctor brought in besides the orthopedic team, but a different team? Dr. Munn?
Yes, he's one of my partners. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what was the difference between Dr. Munn doing and what you were doing after you did the initial assessment? What did Dr. Munn's role, what was his role? Continuing the surgical care treatment?
That's
So
correct.
both of you treated her, Abigail, for as long as she was in the Riverside Hospital?
Yes.
Any idea, as we sit here, how long she was in Riverside?
I honestly can't remember. About a week.
I'll let her talk about it.
Yeah.
I take it that she was not healed when she left, but that's all you could do for purposes of keeping her in the hospital. She was going to continue on with treatment elsewhere.
Yes.
And you let other doctors take over the care after she left Riverside in your care and Dr. Munn's care?
Yes.
1 second, Your Honor. Thought I said that. Doctor, of all of the opinions you've given here today, to a reasonable degree of medical probability, all of the things that have happened to her and what you've talked about, your reasonable medical probability, all your opinions you've given?
Yes.
Thought I asked that, but maybe I didn't. I think those are all the questions I have, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Bright. All right, cross-examination?
No questions for the doctor.
No questions. Is he excused?
Yes.
All right.
No subpoenas.
And no other subpoena, correct?
Correct.
All right, your time with us is over,
Thank you,
Dr. Chap. Thank you. All right. Next witness.
It will be Julie Zwerner.
Can you raise your right hand for us, please?
Raise your right hand. Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth after that?
All right, thank you. Come up, sit here, please.
Good afternoon, Julie. Can you state your name, please, for the jury, and then spell it for the court reporter, please?
Sure. Julie Zwerner, Julie Zwerner.
And can you tell the jury what your relationship to Abby is?
Yeah, Abby is my middle child.
And tell the jury a little bit about your family. How many children do you have?
Okay. Have 3 children. Daniel is the oldest. 16 months after he was born, I had twin girls, Abby and her sister Hannah.
Okay. And tell the jury, too, a little bit about yourself. You were a teacher for some time, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
Spent 23 years in the classroom.
And what are you doing right now, currently, for your employment?
I'm back in a school as the registrar in an elementary school. So left the classroom, but still am in an elementary school doing what I think I'm good at, record keeping and crunching numbers.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your daughter, her career path, why she became a teacher?
Yeah, well, ever since kindergarten, I was in Abby and Hannah's school. They were in the same grade, of course, being twins. So when they were in elementary school, I was a part of their school through their graduation of high school. So I taught elementary, then I moved to high school, and I'd always been a teacher in her school. I do think that Abby kind of grew to love the profession. She decided to go to college to be a teacher and earned her master's degree from James Madison. She did a 5-year program to be a teacher. Part of that decision-making process, she did some shadowing at West Point Elementary, where she spent some time in classrooms and kind of decided, yeah, this is what I want to do. I think I'd be good at this. Also at James Madison, she worked part-time in a preschool and kind of learned that she did love the little ones.
And I'm going to share with the jury right now, read a picture that you can tell us about from her graduation when you see it. We'll share with the jury.
Oh, you want me to talk about that?
Yes.
Yeah, That was yeah, that was her graduation at James Madison.
And can you publish it to the jury, please? Thank you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, what number are we giving this?
And this will be plaintiff's 90A. Who's first? 90A.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
So without objection, published.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I see the big smile. Just so proud and happy to have accomplished what she accomplished. Looking right at the camera.
And that was the day of her graduation?
Mm-hmm. Yep, the ceremony at James Madison for her school.
And so on that day, did she know she wanted to be a teacher and that was her plan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She was already well on the path. She just had student teaching left, like that final year student teaching.
And where did she do her student teaching at?
She did the first part up in Harrisonburg. I believe it was a 3rd grade classroom, and then she was able to do the second half in Williamsburg. We lived in West Point at the time, so that was great because she lived at home for that last semester. And that was kind of fun because, you know, we were both teaching, both working on our lesson plans at night and getting our materials prepared and that sort of thing. That was fun.
And can you tell the jury a little about your daughter's interests and her personality before January 6, 2023?
Mm-hmm. Personality-wise, Abby is kind and gentle, very compassionate, the kind of person that people are very comfortable talking to. She makes friends easily. When she makes a friend, it's a deep friendship. She loves music. She loves nature. She learned to love hiking from her dad. They spent lots of time, all the kids did, with John hiking in the mountains. Funny. Abby's quiet, but just will, out of the blue, say something so dry and funny, catches you off guard. Yeah, and silly.
And I know this is a tough subject, but your husband has passed, her father, correct?
Yeah, it's been 5 years.
5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And tell the jury a little bit about her twin sister was a teacher, correct?
Yeah, Hannah taught for about 2.5 years, up until the time when this incident happened. Hannah did not go back to the classroom after that. But Hannah didn't train or study to be a teacher. She had an English degree, English and musical theater, and she kind of fell into a job because a high school needed an English teacher. So she taught provisionally with a provisional license, which she was, you have 3 years to do that. So she did that. I would not say it was her passion. I definitely feel like Abby, it became her passion. Like she knew that going into college, that that's what she wanted to do. Hannah sort of fell into it.
And how do you know that was
the relevance of her sister's?
And we'll move on, Your Honor, from her sister's education.
All right, I will allow what has been testified
Thank
to,
you.
but ask you to move on.
And you stated it was Abby's passion. Why do you feel that that was Abby's passion, that distinguishment? Why do you feel that that's her passion over her sister?
Just the excitement, the joy, the dedication that she showed toward this. From student teaching on, the Saturdays she would go to yard sales looking for things to put in her classroom. The time that she would spend on her own time after hours creating materials, organizing things. She would light up when she kind of discovered some tricks to teaching reading to young kids, or the science lessons. She was always so excited to share things that, trees or birds or the solar system stars, things like that. That's passion, when you get excited about it. She was excited to be in the classroom and teach those kids.
And Julie, now I want to talk about January 6, 2023. Can you tell the jury where you were at the time that you got a phone call about your daughter?
I was at work. It was the middle of the day, mid-afternoon after lunch. And my phone rang, and I typically don't answer my phone when I'm at work. And I didn't recognize the name or the number, so I ignored it. The phone rang again, and I thought, well, something's going on. Let me answer it and see who it is. And the name was Brianna Newton. And I knew who that was, but not in the moment. It didn't occur to me. I mean, it was so out of context.
And real quick, who was that, since you said
Abby's building principal.
Okay.
I'd never met her, but I knew the name, after the fact. But when the phone was ringing, I was at work. I didn't know. I picked it up on the second ring, the second time she called, and she said, Abby's been shot. Just like that. Abby's been shot. And she must have said she's at Riverside. And that was the extent of the conversation. Hung up. Literally, grabbed my jacket, lunchbox, bag, went to the next room and told my coworkers, Abby's been shot. And I ran out the door. I ran across the parking lot, got in my car. I was working in Williamsburg. Before I hit the first stoplight, I had called a friend from church. Abby's been shot. Please let our prayer group know, our Bible study group. Called my sister Karen, same thing. Drove to Williamsburg. I don't really remember the trip, but I know I was, driving way faster than I should have to get to the hospital. By the time I was getting close to the hospital, I remember I was hyperventilating and saying, I can't do this again. I can't do this again. I remember that thought.
I just object to, that we're not here on Miss Werner's damages. We're here to talk about the daughters.
All right. Move it along.
With all due respect, Your Honor.
All I knew is that she had been shot. I didn't know anything else. I didn't know she was alive or not.
And so once you get to the hospital, who greets you at the hospital?
Well, nobody greeted me at the hospital. It was locked down. I didn't know that happened. So I got to the doors and I couldn't get in. And I could see police officers in the emergency room, and I didn't know what was going on. Again, all I knew, Abby'd been shot.
So you didn't know by who, or when, or where?
I knew nothing. It was about 5 minutes, I'm guessing, when a deputy or a police officer came and let me in. And they didn't tell me anything. They just led me through the emergency room, down some long halls. And I realized we were headed to the sanctuary in the hospital.
Okay. So you ended up being brought to Abby in a room eventually, correct?
Eventually, yes. It was hours later.
Okay. So at that initial time, you didn't know her condition. You weren't sure what was going to happen at that moment.
No. Eventually, I was told she was in surgery, so I knew she was still living. But I didn't really know much at that point.
So describe for the jury when you saw your daughter, what was her appearance like? What was her demeanor like?
She was in pain, all bandaged up, all tubes and machines hooked up to her. Her arm was all wrapped up, and she saw me come through the room and she just said, Mommy.
And you had shared, she normally doesn't call you Mommy.
Oh, no.
What does she normally call you?
Just Mom.
Yeah.
But I hadn't been Mommy in years.
And when you saw her, was she able to communicate with you?
No, she was pretty out of it. I think she was in a lot of pain and just, her eyes wide like she was in shock and kind of didn't know what was going on.
And how many days was she in the hospital initially?
Maybe 4. I don't remember. I don't remember how many days she was there.
Okay. And tell the jury, when she was released, did she go home with you?
She did. She came to live with me so that I could take care of her. Yeah.
And what was Abby's condition when she was released to you?
When she came to my place, she had a cast, like a, elbow all the way down.
And can we publish?
Big and bulky.
I'm gonna put all the other. Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, there is another photo that we'll be submitting as plaintiff's 9DB that I'd like to publish to the jury now.
Yeah, that's it.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, admitted and published.
So you were describing a cast. Do you see the photo in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Abby on the day she was released from the hospital?
Yeah, because she's got her bag in her lap. We're wheeling her out, it looks like.
It looks like she has a smile on under her mask.
Yeah.
So the cast, the size of that cast, why is it that large? Do you know?
It was all the wrapping.
Okay, and was it swollen?
So, yeah, it was very, very swollen, and all the wrapping. I mean, you can even see her fingers are swollen right there. Yeah, and this doesn't show the chest injury. She, has a bullet hole in her chest, and the bullet's still in there. So you can't see that in that photo, but those were also part of her injuries.
And when you brought her to her house, what did the care of Abby look like? What did you have to do to help care for her at that time?
Anything that would require two hands. So she needed help dressing. She wore that t-shirt home, but we had to order like hospital gowns that would button, could get them around the cast. We kind of got into a routine, what you did first. We had to figure that out, which arm goes first and so forth and so on. She needed wound care on her chest because that was a raw wound, so we had to take care of that. She couldn't bathe, she couldn't wash her hair, she couldn't wash her hands clearly, she couldn't eat something like a sandwich that would take two hands. She was unable to open her medicine bottle, she couldn't physically, these are things, any limitation she couldn't do with her two hands. So I was dressing her, I was cleaning her, putting the toothpaste on her toothbrush, taking the cap off her deodorant, helping her step into her underwear, helping her step into her sweatpants, putting the hospital gown on, all of that kind of stuff she needed help doing.
So she wasn't even able to use the restroom alone at this time?
No.
And she wasn't able to shower for at least a month after, correct?
Yeah, it was a good month before she showered, yeah.
And even then, you would have to help her with all of that.
Correct.
And she wasn't able to drive during this time at all?
No, she wasn't driving.
And did she have medical appointments that she would have to go to?
She did. She had a lot of appointments. I took 2 weeks off work, and then her sister Hannah took time off after that to help get Abby to and from all the appointments and, still take care of her.
And tell the jury, are there still medical appointments that she's dealing with to this day?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Abby is driving now, but she's still not done with surgery. She had her most recent surgery, I think it was number 6, was in April. She recently had a follow-up for that, and we're still just kind of waiting. She has a plate in her hand still, and it's not healing the way they want. That April surgery was actually a bone graft. They took bone out of her right hip and put it in her hand, and that's what they're watching for. That's what they're waiting on. She has another appointment in December, so it's just kind of like this waiting game. So between now and December, she's just continuing to wear the brace as much as possible and go to the doctor in December. And at that point, they'll decide if they're ready to remove the plate. If not, we're waiting more. Once all that's done, we still have more OT appointments ahead of her. So it's just kind of this never ending.
And just so that for the jury, OT, occupational therapy.
Occupational therapy, right, where she'll learn how to use the fine motor skills that she's lost with her left hand.
And describe your daughter's personality since January 6th of 2023.
Now, she's afraid a lot. Certain things scare her. Crowds, going to certain places she won't go to. Things I've never had to think about have been an issue for Abby. For example, we've had a couple of family like baby shower kinds of things with balloons, and the first time one of those balloons popped, it was traumatizing for Abby. It was like being right back there. Nobody in the family ever thought twice about not having balloons there. We don't think that way. We've never had to. But that's what Abby's world is now. Those things that you don't expect to trigger can trigger. Something else that happened fairly recently, we were going to go see a movie, and we even had the tickets. And the morning of the day we were going to go see the movie, Abby literally could not leave her house. She said, "I can't go. I don't want to go. There's a scene in that movie. I can't go."
Do you mind me asking what movie it was?
It was the film version of Hamilton. And I know there are a couple of dueling scenes in there. And I don't know if that's what she was referring to. That's what I think probably. But things I never would have thought about before. I'm learning to consider what her world is like. Just being afraid of things or things happening without warning that kind of bring her right back. She really has trouble staying in touch with people. People reach out to her via text or leave a voice message, and she hears it, she reads it, she just cannot find the energy to reply or to commit or to call back or whatever it is. So that's been hard. I feel like she kind of is in a shell. She doesn't really have a purpose right now, where her job was the thing that centered her and fulfilled her and her way to make the world a better place. Abby's living from appointment to appointment, not really knowing what's next.
And how was she immediately after the hospital, when she was staying with you for those first couple months, with getting out of bed or trying to do things?
Abby, from that day, she has done everything the doctors have asked her to do, and she has really tried to get better. I mean, I applaud her, the way that she has just put one foot behind the other and just done what she needed to do to get better, to heal. She goes to therapy a couple times a week. To different therapists with different specialties. She's trying to get better. She's doing everything that she should be doing. But I see she's overwhelmed by it. I would say she's depressed.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. And
Yeah, I'm gonna any argument you want to make on that?
I'll ask her to, if Your Honor would allow, to describe the emotion, but you're not a doctor, so please be mindful not to.
I'm not diagnosing
We'll have someone
her.
else correct. But
Right.
does she seem sad or happy?
So that's sustained.
Yes.
And striking the word depression. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. You may proceed now.
So try to describe her emotion.
Well, I can describe what I see. She has trouble getting out of bed sometimes. She has trouble setting goals, making decisions. She does not find joy in things she used to find joy in. She sleeps a lot. So those are things that I see.
And at this time, do you know what Abby's plans are moving forward with a career?
No, because she can't make plans. She doesn't know what her future is going to look like. Assuming the hand gets as good as it's going to get, and she finishes OT and all that, she's in a lot of pain. It's painful.
And talking about that, she's had. How's her right hand, the one that was not shot with the bullet?
Right, and her right
Your
hand.
Honor, I'm just objecting. We're getting into medical testimony from a layperson. These are things that Ms. Zwerner herself can describe. I've allowed this to go on for a fair amount of time, but I'm going to have to object.
You have a response?
And Your Honor, I'm certainly not asking her to get into any medical conditions, but to describe, she's very familiar with her daughter. She's the one who's supporting her daughter and seeing the struggles and having to, open containers and do certain things for her daughter. She certainly understands what her daughter's capabilities are. So I'm more asking for the capabilities that she can observe her daughter doing.
All right, I'm going to overrule it, and you're permitted to certainly testify to your observations of things. All right.
What Abby has told me is that her right hand, even though it's her dominant hand, because she's having to compensate and use her right hand more, that is often sore now as well. And you were asking about future plans. None that we've discussed. She has shared that she doesn't want to go back into the classroom, which I think it saddens me, but I totally understand. I think Abby was becoming a really good teacher. And so that does sadden me, but I don't know what her limitations are going to be and what kind of work she'll be allowed to do or be able to handle.
And is there anything else that you want to share with the jury about your daughter since the shooting?
I would share that Abby has never complained. Not once have I heard her complain about what's happened and what she's been going through. She's more worried about others. In fact, today she wanted to be here when I'm up here to support me, and that's who Abby is. Yeah.
Thank you. You'll answer any of the judge's questions or opposing counsel.
Sure.
Cross-examination?
Just a few questions, Ms. Zwerner. Are you aware that your daughter's been to cosmetology school since the shooting?
Yes.
Okay, so there's some positive sides here. That was something she had been considering before this event, correct?
No, she always liked doing hair, but cosmetology was not something that she'd considered as a career. No.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge,
Okay.
correct.
But she did complete a 1 year of cosmetology
Right.
school, correct?
Mhm.
And she's become licensed as a cosmetologist.
Right.
Correct?
That's right.
And she's also made a lot of media appearances. You talked about being out in the public. She's also made a lot of media.
I think she did two. One was in my home, and I think the other was at Diane's office.
She's been on the Today Show.
Right. They came to my home. It wasn't like out in the public.
If it's putting yourself out in the public. Agree?
Sure.
And there's been a tremendous amount of community support for your daughter, correct?
I would say so, yes.
No further questions.
All right. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Is she excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and is she going to be recalled at any point?
Not from us, Your Honor, and speaking for Ms. Zwerner for a moment, I think she'd like to be in the courtroom, so unless there's intention from defense counsel to call her later in their case, we'd ask permission to release her and allow her to sit in the courtroom and observe the trial.
That was my next question. Any objection to releasing her at this time?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, you are now relieved of your subpoena as a witness. You may now stay in the courtroom if you so desire. Okay. All right, what do we have next?
I may be the bearer of good news or bad news, depending on how Your Honor takes it, or the jury. We're ahead of schedule, so that was the last witness that we have for today.
Okay.
I think there are some matters that we could probably address with the court, but we have no other witnesses to call this afternoon.
I think it's probably a good stopping point then anyways, and pretty close in lawyer time. So, all right, so you would ask that I excuse the jury for the night, same admonition, and then we'll start at 9 tomorrow?
Yes,
okay. All right, folks. You are going to hear this every night. I am required by law to read it to you, so I'm going to read it to you, and you know what I'm going to say. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will recess now for our evening break. I ask that you be back in the jury room at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During the break or recess in the course of this trial, you are not to begin the discussion of any of the aspects of this case. Upon your return, you are requested to go immediately to the courtroom and not loiter in any hall. You are not to engage in any conversation with any of the parties, the witnesses, the attorneys, or any of the spectators. You are not to go to the scene of this case or undertake any independent investigation. No one should approach you and discuss this matter, and you should not remain within hearing distance of anyone discussing any aspect of this case. That includes the television, the internet, a blog, or anything else that we've talked about already. Of course, That includes viewing newspapers or television or even listening to the radio. You must also leave your notepads and any notes you have taken with my sheriff. He's going to collect them. They'll be in his safekeeping. No one's going to look at them. No one's going to touch them. No one's going to read them. If you are approached by anyone concerning your jury service during the course of this trial, please make sure that I am aware and my sheriff is aware of that fact. We will take care of it from there. Once again, please be back in the jury room at 9 a.m. and please tell anyone who asks you, please tell me what you're doing. You are in a trial. I have ordered you not to discuss it. That is all. Thank you very much, folks.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. All right, were there other matters you wanted to take up outside the presence?
We discussed, Your Honors, in the pretrial we had talked about experts. And we intend, likely our next witness, the first witness in the morning, will be Dr. Shufflebarger. And that's the administration expert, Your Honor, that was subject to a couple of motions. She's not here, unfortunately. I wish we could have done that now, and in hindsight, I wish we had that. But we had talked about it, and our hope is to sort of streamline and share what the conclusions are that we intend to have her offer, and then maybe in the morning we can take that up with the court and then determine if it's necessary to do the sort of the preview as Your Honor discussed in the pretrial. That I just wanted to alert the court of that, and unless they have any other ideas, that's what I think we're done with today.
All right.
Agreed, Your Honor. I think we might be able to work out the issues on at least the administration experts. I'm not sure about some of the others. I'll have to talk to Mr. Vinayazan about it, but we were just trying to think of creative ways to have a goose gander agreement on the expert parameters that could alleviate some of the issues raised in the motions in limine.
Okay, well, I appreciate you two talking about it. Of course, I'll be here to make the decision if need be. But yeah, I would appreciate any work you can do together, streamline what you can agree to and what you can't, and then we can obviously attack the things that you don't agree on, and I can make rulings on that so we can get started as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I had one more logistical
Okay.
matter, if it's okay, given the court's time and the jury's time. We've always been told pretty much that they would finish on Friday midday, and Mr. Vinayazan made the comment they're a little bit ahead of schedule. I think, Your Honor, when Your Honor said we'd pick a jury in a day, I don't know that I would have believed that, but you were right. I will always remember that.
I've been right about one thing.
You have been right, Your Honor, and that jury questionnaire, I think, went a long way to accomplishing that, and I thank you for that, Your Honor. But in any event, I felt duty-bound to raise that today because it's Tuesday out of respect for the court's time. We have our experts coming in on Monday is the plan, and I wanted to alert the court that because I didn't want to get into a situation. I've been in Richmond Circuit Court before. I don't know, you're probably too young for Judge Johnson, but if you didn't have a witness in the box, you might have problems, and I did not want to run afoul of any issues with the court on that. So I wanted to bring it up to see how the court felt about that.
Okay.
And Ms. Douglas is right, we're running ahead of schedule, so I think at this point, we may be even done Thursday early afternoon.
Right.
We do have an expert that's coming Thursday morning and traveling in, so we know for certain that we'll be putting on an expert Thursday morning and then likely a couple more witnesses that day. And so we'll have witnesses Thursday, but the way that we're going, I think we'll be done certainly by the end of Thursday, if not early afternoon.
All right. And you are basically telling me you cannot get your witnesses or put on any evidence on Friday?
We might have some witnesses on Friday. We need to see where we are, given sort of the moving target of the parameters
Sure.
or how far we were going to go. We need to sort of powwow about that and make a determination. However, my experts are aligned to come up next
For Monday.
week.
And,
Yes,
and
sir.
I will respect that, having done that kind of work as well. So what I would ask then is maybe you could put together a list of some witnesses we could do Friday. Anything we could get done on Friday?
That's my thought, Your
Okay.
Honors. And given that it's Halloween,
Correct.
I think if we finished early that day, that will go a long way with appreciation by the jury if
Yeah,
the court is
certainly.
willing to accommodate
Yeah,
that.
absolutely, absolutely. I am on the same page with both of you on that. I appreciate that. All right, and Mr. Bright needs to say something.
Not fair. Because there have been so many witnesses that were double subpoenaed and so many of them coming back, maybe we don't know. I know that they have to schedule them if they're coming, but I want to make sure, since there's other outside counsel representing some of those witnesses, that only the scheduling be discussed since they've already been on the stand. And I know that goes without saying with counsel, but I just want to make sure that anyone who may have witnesses who may be brought back as a second side of this case, that only the scheduling is supposed to be talked about.
Right, yeah, absolutely. And obviously those witnesses have also been admonished not to talk about this case in any way with anyone. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate the civility everyone has shown and the professionalism that everyone has shown. I think it's been a very good example of how a trial should run. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All rise.